along the well, no, we just got onto the solar rail after hitting effectively a wormhole that spat us out on the Great Blue Starry River. And while we were on it, we were hanging out, not doing much, and this hyper advanced ship showed up. On said hyper advanced ship, there was 3 celestial beings that were like 12 feet tall.
They were
All
hot.
of them.
Keep it in your pants, Aries.
No.
That's asking
All of
too much, and
them
you know it.
were pretty serious, from what I could tell. And they came aboard the ship, gave us a data slate or an iPad, whatever you want to call it. So on it, there's a bunch of information about the various groups out here, but more importantly, there is information about a bounty for the admiral, who is a illithid space pirate, terrorist man, for lack of a better way to describe him. He's got a danger rating of 10 plus, so probably nothing that we should worry about right now.
Man, we couldn't handle a normal illithid, much less a super illithid.
So, yeah, they asked us if we've seen him or if any of us have colluded with illithids, and well, at the time, none of us had. Then we learned some stuff about a certain character who was
Hey, that's
apparently
me!
raised by some illithids.
Yeah, that's me. I did
Which
that.
is why they smell of calamari.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Okay. You can go ahead and take your storyteller's inspiration, Nano. Let me just see if there's anything else here.
Oh, there was one small, very small minor thing. Zevi, in her second throw of insanity, thought that she was under the effects of invisibility potion, and everybody got a face reveal.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, indeed.
At least everybody in the party. I don't know about everybody in the ship, but
But they must have
No,
been everybody.
it was mostly just the party.
Well, to be fair, it should have been everybody on the ships, because when that happened, it was an all hands on deck moment.
Oh.
no, it wasn't all hands. It was just defenders.
Both hands on deck.
People in the engine room had no reason to go up there for that.
Okay, the engine room, but a mass majority of them would have been ready for repelling boarders.
I didn't get to see this. What the fuck?
You would have been there, and my picture's in art, so you can see what I look like without a mask.
You also didn't see Neon's back, which was pretty cool and weird, but you know, that's fine.
I think I.
I'll be back.
You was told about it.
Yeah, I mentioned to you about it.
Yeah, so if you see the art that I posted on like November 26th, that is my character maskless. Haha.
Haha.
In which I have to bring up my character sheet so I can remember all my slang.
Oh, God.
I was hoping you would forget about that. But...
Dude, it's in my journal. I can't forget. Like, it literally, as soon as I bring my character sheet up, all the slang is there.
Yeah.
We need that journal erasing bug right now, Ponto.
Oh, really quick. So, after your encounter, with the Celestial Warship, that was about, I think, 3 or 4 days into your journey, and you still have about 9 to go before you reach Mistora. Storm, since you weren't here, what do you think Resilia would do anything at the moment during this? I think it's like 2-week journey from your system to the nearest one.
I don't know what the fuck happened in like. I know some of the conversations and things, and people have stuff.
Mm-hmm.
she was gonna work on some things downtime wise.
Okay.
I don't know if she would have caught wind at all about Neon's mechanical spine thing.
Well, so she went to specifically she went to Matara, and I think in the scene had Racilia there working on something. So technically, you did see something.
Okay.
You were kind
interviewed-
of passively working on something in the background, but you were like in the room.
She probably would have worked on either something to help with Zebi's eyesight or something to help with Neon's mechanical spine, whatever.
Sure.
needed for that.
Let me check something real quick. What rarity is this item? Do. That's common. Interesting. You could maybe potentially see if you could like, if you wanted something for Zevi, you could work on a pair of Ursat's eyes, which you don't know what kind of effect it would have, but you know, it would probably require surgery, but it is something that you could work on.
Is it less about maybe surgery? That's not something she's really confident in doing at the moment. Is there something like goggles or whatever that she could probably make?
Let's see. What's the rarity of a pair of goggles of night? Uncommon? Okay.
Uncommon. The fuck is this?
So, okay. Weird question. Has anyone in this call watched Dr. Stone at all?
I have.
No.
Okay. Heath. So you know in Dr. Stone, in like I think like the first season or whatever, when he makes like those crystal lenses that he puts in the little girl's helmet to help her see better.
Oh yeah, and the melon.
Yeah. So Storm, looking at Zevi's headdress, you start to get the idea that maybe perhaps with some refined crystals aboard the ship, with enough time and effort, you could perhaps like fashion in like crystal lenses to fit over the eye sockets of the headdress to make it into like a pseudo goggles of night.
So kind of like the eyes of minute seeing.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know those were items. Hold on.
They're basically crystal lenses that fit over the eyes.
Fit of the eyes. 1 foot, you have advantage on intelligence check. Oh, cool. Yeah. Eyes of minute seeing. Sure. Sounds good.
And that's something that will help with her vision. In what sense would it help with her vision?
Let's see. You can see much better than normal out to a range of 1 foot.
That was just an example, like the crystal lenses thing. She's just trying to help with the eyesight.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Here's what I'll allow. I'll make it so that while wearing the lenses, I think because of the curse itself, I don't know if her vision range can be extended. However, I will make it so that with those with that item on her person, and while she's looking through it, she'll no longer have enemies make attacks at advantage at her from a range beyond her normal sight range. Whereas normally, if it was normal and she was hit with a ranged attack roll, she would be being hit with advantage. Because, blind can't see. So it would negate the advantage being made against her, if that's something that you would like to pursue.
It was more, but she's like, how does that actually affect her sight though? What does she see beyond that range?
So are you trying to make it so that she can like see physically instead of like the aura sense that she currently has?
Yes.
Oh,
I mean, she already has a find familiar spell.
I mean, I don't know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually we ended last session with that.
Okay.
I'll say
So,
that
you do know technically.
I'll say that I'll say that you you can make it so that she can see like physical things through her own eyes instead of a familiar's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit different seeing through a familiar and through your own eyes, you know?
That's true. Yeah, you do have to
I
use
don't
like
know.
the sight vision ranges of the animal and all that. That's true.
I don't know how much that would cost.
What's the rarity of the item?
Probably uncommon, I would think. It's just
Is it not
restoring
listed?
vision. For what? No, it's we're basically workshopping something.
Oh, but yeah, I thought there was an actual item you were basing it off of, though.
I mean, it would be kind of basing it off of either goggles of night or eyes of minute seeing, which are both uncommon items.
No, there you go. That's why I was asking. Then it would probably hit.
Both of those grant like magical effects. So
But technically, you're granting a magical effect by making the blind
Yes.
see. So
exactly. So it's a light magical effect. So
Do you say they're both uncommon or common?
uncommon. So like
Uncommon.
you look at the 250 range to make them, 500 to buy them.
I was gonna say like 200 to 250. I think is fair.
to craft.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually half the cost of the item.
I don't have that much money, but
I'll allow you to start working on it at least.
she'll start working on it.
Yeah,
And
'cause-
then like as soon as you get like the amount to like basically finish it off, you can basically like you can do like I'll allow you to basically like pre-roll. And then like
Oh, there's no downtime.
basically the money will be like to just to finish the product off. Okay, let me just move this. Let me move a couple tabs around. Okay.
Probably need downtime tracker at some point.
Oh, do we not have one? I thought we
No.
had one in this server. No? Oh, we do not. That's a shame. Okay.
I'll just keep
I'll
track
worry
of
about
it
that
in
later.
journal for now.
Yeah. I'll see about that next session. Okay. Anyone else doing any downtime related stuff? In the meantime.
As I said, in the case of my character, I'm getting my items by cheating in cards with all the everybody on the crew I can.
Ah, yes, of course, of
Atlas
course.
will spend his time on the top deck gymnasium working out.
Okay.
We get
Nice.
magical items? Question mark.
Gotta get that pumping.
Gotta get that pump.
What was that, Aries?
We get magical items? Question mark.
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Let's see.
I hate to be a stickler, but technically you can't craft a magic item until you hit level 3.
Me.
And to be fair, you'll probably be getting there close enough. It's
Fair
fine.
enough. I'm just looking at the rule. I was trying to look at the rules for length. I'm like, yeah, it's just minimum level 3 for everything.
Jesus, I didn't even know that. I mean, to be fair, we're also using a
Oh, custom. I get
We're
you.
not-
I just find it funny that like minimal level is level 3.
I will hang out with Silas. I have nothing else really to do. I think.
Nice.
You don't know work out?
No, I am.
Come
I
upstairs.
have
Get
no.
swole.
No.
Get swole.
Did you want to play cards with Lux?
No. I'm going to hang out with my bard, my bard friend, best friend, just
Ah, yes,
Just
your
best
bard
friend.
friend. Your bard friend.
Yeah,
would
just friends.
you just just would you two maybe like to work on a song together? Like in the meantime?
Sure, yeah, we can work on a song together. It can be cute.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to make a actual probably character sheet for him at some point.
Mhm.
I'll base it off of something I'll find.
I just want his
But
token.
you just want his token.
Yeah, I want to stare at him. Okay,
Fair enough.
we're just friends. We're just friends. I like
We're just
staring
friends,
at
we're
my
just friends,
friends.
I think Zevi called it there.
What? No, we're just friends. We're just friends.
With benefits.
Just friends.
So can you do that, Josh? You don't have to, but I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
He doesn't need a sheet. I just want a token of him, just to hover around me to make me happy.
to make me- yeah, okay, do. One moment, please.
Yay!
Let's see.
I picked hot out for a reason, so I can stare at something nice, even though he's my friend.
Just my friend.
Oh. But
Oh no, go ahead.
while you're working on the token, I guess there is one thing that Lux would do as well. Because I am an urchin. And one of the
Yes.
things I get as an urchin is a pet mouse.
Oh yeah, okay.
You want a
Fuck, we
space
got
hamster?
Jerry.
Why don't you get a space hamster?
We have Tom and Jerry on board now.
Do I get the space mouse?
You get the space mouse.
Yeah, from Voltron.
I mean, depends whether or not you got the mouse from where.
I was thinking I'd find it in the potato sacks I'm sleeping in one of the days.
Yes. There he is. Wait, hello. There he is. Hello. I will change his name to whatever you decide to name this little creature. But he's right next to you.
If he gets a mouse, I get a hot best friend.
Yes, of course.
Equivalent exchange.
Equivalent exchange.
Here we go. This is my mouse now.
The mouse. Oh, he's so cute. I was actually suggesting Boo from Baldur's Gate.
Oh, I figured. I know miniature giant space hamster.
Yes.
Actually, in the monster manual now.
He's very cute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's giant space hamsters in the monster manual. They're mounts.
Let me just do this real quick. Okay, select that.
By the way, if you gave me a mouse, you didn't give me you didn't give me access to it.
Oh yeah, I'll fix that.
No worries. I'll make a token.
I'll make a token. Download that. Okay. There we go. Do you see him now, Aries?
Where is he? Yay! I want to hover around him.
Don't have her around. And as for your little mouse friend, let me go ahead and give you permission.
I love him.
Ownership. Heath. Owner. There you go. And boom. Okay. Can you move him now?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Anything else from anybody else before I continue on with things?
Not for me.
Okay. Storm, can you make me some Tinker's Tools checks?
Sure can.
And what does the
How many
Kibbles
do you want?
crafting thing? Well, I guess it would depend on when Rasilia would have considered starting the lens project type thing.
Probably earlier on, because she would have known about the seeing, made jokes about it. Well, not made jokes about it, made jokes about people having eyes, and then encountered someone who is actually blind, and then be like, "Oh, I feel bad,"
Oh, I feel bad.
and then try to make something.
I have an important question.
What is your question?
Did Raycilia ever come to Zevi with this? Or are you trying to surprise her?
She would surprise them.
Okay.
Okay. What does the Kibbles crafting guide say about length for items via rarity? Or does it even have?
It does. There is. It's. I don't know if it has an actual. I think most uncommon items are generally 8 hours.
8 hours
it's
of
I think
uninterrupted.
8 hours is a common item, Storm.
No, that's uncommon in this book.
That's weird, because usually it takes a day to make a potion of health.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they change a lot of. But the system changes it because the fucking systems in base is fucking too slow. And I agree that it is too fucking slow.
I mean, considering the cost, I would disagree, but I guess for the sake of impatient players, fair enough.
Okay, so it's over the course of 8 hours?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll have to. Yeah. A lot of them are. In this book, a lot of them max is like 3 days, 4 days for even the most expensive items.
That's crazy.
That's what I mean. That's
So,
way too quick.
up to you. But like the thing about this is
That's even for
this,
armor?
for things like this you need to have the actual like components. So for example, like a ring of 3 wishes, you need 3 scrolls of wish to actually be able to craft it. Or
Oh.
a ring of regen, you need the 3 different essences, a scroll of regen, and a ring of worth at least 400 gold. So,
Oh,
like,
okay,
if you
so you
don't
actually have to go
have
around
the
collecting things.
yeah, you
Okay.
have to go around collecting things.
Oh, okay. That's a bit better, actually.
So, like, I'd probably have to go actually collect what I would need.
Yeah, okay.
We can work
Sounds
it
good.
out later. I can just do the checks.
Yeah, sure. Just make me, let's just go with, like, 3 checks for now.
Okay. Where's my inventory? Public.
I'm gonna switch the track real quick.
Oh, that's the wrong fucking tool. Same modifier anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Gradually getting worse.
Gradually getting worse. 17, 13. Okay, and final one?
You said 3.
18, 17, 13.
18, 17, 13. Yep. Okay, I see now. I am no longer blind.
But
So-
Zebi still is.
Over over the course of the next 8 hours or so, you start off like I would say like the first 4 to 6 hours very strong, and then you begin to peter out a little bit towards the tail end, but you feel like you're on the verge of something. You feel like it needs a bit more refinement, and sadly, with refinement comes cost. And
Yep.
unquite able to finish it out. However, you do see an end in sight. Basically, the lenses are pretty much, I would say, like close to like 80-90% done. And then once you get the gold cost, it'll be the remainder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Oh, and during this trip, from this point on, you do have an escort of a slightly smaller ship, still pretty advanced in make, flying basically alongside the Starcaller, at least up until you get to Mistora. While the ship is in your basically area of influence, you notice that any potential encounters that would have caused battle stations to be ensued would have been taken care of by the ship, or the ship also acted as kind of a deterrent. You would have noticed like bands of like vagabonds like kind of like flying somewhat close to like get a better look at all of you, and then immediately basically spot the big Dominion imprinted vessel that's like acting as your escort, and then just immediately fly off, not wanting to, deal with deal with anything Dominion related. But as you all are drifting through wild space, you begin to encroach upon the next 9 days upon the system of Mistora. Let me go ahead and see if I can get something here. And as you reach the end of the star rail on the 8th day, you begin to see, much like previously, a kind of like a pinprick of pure light, where there is like an essence, where the star rail ends, and there is like a warping of space around a specific point. And at this point is where the ship escorting you would hail you through the stones that they kind of left behind. The Celestials that had boarded your ship previously. And I think it would be the captain and Atlas specifically that would hear it. You would basically hear a set of celestial voices from the other end basically saying, well, welcome to Dominion Space. This is where we will have to bid you adieu for now. We're glad that the trip was relatively smooth sailing. Oh, and if you all happen to encounter that dreaded admiral that we had discussed previously with you, just feel free to contact any Dominion planet, and we will see to it post haste.
Appreciate the escort. We'll let you know.
And the captain will chime in as well and say, thank you for the, well, frankly, damn good flying and shooting. We appreciate you taking care of the little pests that, well, were from there to here. Hope you find what you're looking for with that admiral business. And they would get a reply, or you guys would get one last reply basically saying, thank you. We're going to need all the luck and well wishes that we can. Good luck in Mistora, and watch your backs. The Trade Federation is, well, you'll see. And upon that hail, the ship will begin to basically make a 180 and begin to ride down the other end of the star rail, leading back towards the Shattered Sisters, where their main ship had drifted towards. And as that happens, Lockhart is going to use the Magic Mouth voice amplification system on the ship to basically just go, all right, everybody, brace yourselves. We're about to cross through the other end of the star rail into Mistora. And as he says that, he presses like forward on the main warp lever, then kind of careening the ship directly into the endpoint. And as you guys bleed through the other end, let me go ahead and get this.
I have a beautiful view from outside my window.
Yes, you do. As you guys blip through the other side, Atlas, you get a notification on your little pad that you've gotten. And let me do this. You get 2 notifications, actually. This is the first one. And as you guys look out any nearby windows, or if you're on the top deck, if you're like looking out ahead of the ship, you guys see this as well. Let me go ahead and show this too. There you go.
Oh, so I meant literally, by the way, Josh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Oh, god damn it. Oh no, I wasn't even on that map. I couldn't see it. God damn it.
Can we keep
Talking
it?
balls outside my ship. No, I am deleting it.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Okay. Let me really quickly. Okay. You guys arrive, at Atlas, what is described to you on your pad as, the Mistora Delta station. A very big and colorful, looking space station. Kind of chaotic in its design, and of an architecture that none of you seem to recognize, or an architectural style that none of you seem to recognize. Seems to be a lot of blends of like elvish and almost infernal designs in the throughways. Lots of Middle Eastern inspiration throughout some of the architectural work along the outermost rim of the station, and you also see that orbiting the station itself is a is a metallic ring of sorts, where you see ships kind of like coming and going, docking and leaving, and upon the little stone that was granted to both the captain and to Atlas, you guys hear a little whirring before a set of voices come aboard or become activated. Oh, we don't recognize you from our charters. Are you new to this system?
That's
To
correct.
which, yeah. And Atlas would, or sorry, not Atlas. Lockhart would also say, yes. We are fairly new. We were brought here by members of the Dominion, I believe. To which, through the stone, the voices would be like, yes, we were hailed about an arrival of some newcomers from the Shattered Sisters. We have 2 ships coming to escort you. They will lead you down to Docking Bay 3. And almost immediately after they say that, you see 2 little single-man skimmer vessels begin to approach from the outer ring. And both of one stays at the port side, the other one kind of flicks around to the starboard side very quickly, and you do see from inside their ship specifically, two friendly-looking Furbolg guards, kind of within the skimmers, kind of smiling and waving to the lot of you and your crew. And begin to guide the ship towards the bay that was mentioned previously. Lockhart would steer the ship and prepare to basically board on this outer ring. And once docked, let me see if I can find something real quick here. Yeah, this will do. There we go. Okay. In session art, I'm posting this. As you all kind of step out of the ship, you see a large, just motley crew of individuals, merchants, travelers, bounty hunters, spacefarers and adventurers, all of different walks of life, all with different levels of technology. You see people that are anywhere from around where you are with pseudo steampunky type of tech to all the way to more along the lines of what you saw with the Celestials, with more higher advanced and integrated tech, just pacing around and walking through. You do see some Dominion guards, kind of with the symbol of the eagle that you saw previously emblazed on the main ship, just above where I had posted that art. You do see a couple with those badges, but more frequently than that, you do see what looks to be, let's just say, guards adorned in what looks to be a dark navy blue that's trimmed in gold, wearing helmets with red visors, and wearing badges that are emblazed with the symbol of the Interastral Trade Federation. Okay. As you all begin to dock, Lockhart will kind of turn to whoever else is now currently on the top deck with him. I don't know how many people would have been up there for this occasion, aboard docking, but to anyone else that's around, he'll kind of just let out a very low impressed whistle as he's glancing around the place and go, "Ah, man, and I thought things in Estonia were oppressive."
I want to say that Zebi would be there, but I'd be keeping a healthy distance between myself and the captain.
Mm-hmm.
At all times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Lux is definitely up there awing at everything. and actually, let me make a roll here.
How comparable is it to the city that Raycelia was from?
So Raycelia, if I remember correctly, grew up in the Estonian region, so and that was very steampunk. This
Yeah.
city looks to be like a grade or two above what she's used to. There is some like semblance of some areas that are a bit more Racilia's speed of like of more steampunk industrial era stuff. But there's some tech here that like Racilia doesn't even recognize. We're talking like
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say like she even sees people with like vam braces that are walking around with like small little holographic images of people that they seem to be conversing to in real time.
Atlas walks out of the gym with a towel, just wiping his face off with sweat. Mm.
Glad to see you could join us, Atlas.
Well, had to finish my workout.
Very important. Fair enough.
Blimey, Governor, this place is really unique.
It certainly is full of character, I'll give it that. Lockhart will say as he's like glancing around.
Describe it to me, Luck. Sorry, I used the wrong voice. Can you describe it to me, Luck?
Oh, it's like, how to put it? It's like he says like, it's like lots of lights and like letters that glow, and there's a lot of ugly people about. And like, there's holes in the area that look like Swiss cheese.
You did a great job, and she'll like ruffle his hair a little.
As you do, because you have blind sight, you'd notice a big difference about Lux. He's got a second little mini heartbeat underneath his shirt.
What? You are carrying something with you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Libby. I found me a friend.
Oh? What is your friend's name?
He reaches into his shirt, pulls out this little blue mouse. He goes, "This is my friend Gorgonzola. Found him in my potato sack."
Well, hello, Gorgonzola.
Gorgonzola.
You had to pick the hardest fucking name for me to say in that accent.
Sorry, did you name that mouse after a cheese?
What else would you name a mouse after?
Sophia, like, very daintily take her index finger and, like, put it on the top of the hamster's head, like, or mouse's head, as if to, like, pet it, but, like, not quite sure how.
I'm surprised you even know that word.
What? Gorgonzola?
Oh, did I say that? Yeah.
Oh, me master took me all sorts of fancy places to eat with cheeses and such. Like brie, and
Ah, yes.
there was old cheddar.
Fair enough.
Captain Lockhart.
Sorry,
Yes.
go ahead.
Were we told to meet anybody here?
I don't believe so. However, I'm gonna do what I do best, and that is just kind of see if I can make friends. Lockhart says like a wink as he begins to like he like grabs his walking cane and begins to make his way after a couple members of the dock crew begin to like set down a basically like a retractable kind of like awning to like connect the ship to the dock itself. And as that happens, two of these like blue and gold clad members of the IPC private security begin to approach.
You're just
And
taking things from Star Rail now.
Yeah, not subtle at all.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
thinking that. So, yeah, it's fine. We're not judging.
Yeah. but they begin to approach. Weapons currently, like, I would say, like, drawn, but like passively. They're basically just like idly just like holding them. And upon the captain making his way down, the two would say, yes, we were told to come and greet you personally. It's not very often that we get travelers from the Shattered Sisters specifically to this station. Normally we get, well, this is usually the end point. Well, trade station at least for the Outer Rim before restocking and well, heading back inward. That being the case, there's someone that we've been told to escort you to meet. To which Dane kind of like turns to like look at you, Atlas. Like kind of like to gauge your opinion.
Alice, I'm gonna incite them.
Okay, yep, go ahead.
There we go.
10. With a 10, they're a little hard to read. They're being intentionally vague with, like, you know, obviously they haven't given a name or anything about where they're escorting you to. They do seem truthful, but, you know, you're not quite sure why they're being so secretive, I guess.
Alice will nod. All right then. Who is it you need to take us to?
Well, let's just say he is a man of vast and important influence aboard this station. But please pardon us for not giving direct names, as you'll quickly find that aboard this station it's best to leave some information, or to leave as much information as omitted as possible in our day-to-day. Safety and security precautionary measures, of course.
I see. Well,
Atlas, I don't think they're going to like me here.
yeah, just stay close. You'll be fine.
Who couldn't like you, Mum?
People who want to keep their secret secret.
So is this just a pit stop thing?
Yes, Racelia. I'm
Oh,
planning
so we're here
on...
to take a tinkle?
In a manner of speaking. I was planning to maybe see if we could find any possible way to refuel the ship here, and then see if we can get going.
Can't you have a piss on the ship?
I mean, I suppose you could piss off the ship.
There are
I don't-
restrooms on the ship.
I don't see
Yes,
how you would
there
make
are.
a ship mad.
They're on the 3rd floor.
Why are they so far away from the rooms? What is wrong with...
So, why would you put, like, the bathrooms above everyone's bedrooms?
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
They're on the bottom floor, so when they get flushed, it dispenses it into the astral sea.
Oh, at the bottom.
So you mean to say that our tinkles are just floating around in space?
Yes.
Is that called the pissy way?
Oh boy. It's better than the alternative.
The
Um,
shitty way?
Exactly.
Is that the one you're up with without the paddle?
Just be aware that not every meteor or comet we run into is going to be a normal meteor or comet.
You mean there are shit comets out there?
Is that real? Surely you are lying.
No, I heard a story from a guy.
Yeah, you know what? It makes perfect sense if you think about it. Like, remember that big whale we saw? It must have huge meteor-sized poop whales.
You know what? I know nothing.
This is
Call
now
me
a new
John.
session. We're gonna end up on a fucking shit comment.
Call me Jon Snow the way I know nothing.
Are you still at disadvantage for everything too, by the way?
No, I'm no longer at disadvantage.
Okay.
It's a new day, new me, new chance for insanity.
Well, who wishes to come along with me to go meet this individual?
I would like to come. Yes, Lux and I will come. Who else? Raysalia, would you like to come? Are Tosh and Neon here?
I am here.
She's just trying to stifle a laugh.
Are you still laughing about the shitty way?
No, it's your phrasing. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean by phrasing?
Don't worry about it.
No, I'm worried. Please tell me. If I had said something wrong, I would like to rectify it.
I just have a...
She's
Don't worry.
immature.
Do you want to come?
She's just laughing at this point.
I'm sorry. Me, Carly, is trying to stifle laughter. If you want to come, you just say you want to come.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just go. We'll go.
Alice, I feel like you need somebody mentally over the age of 24.
What do you mean over the age of 24?
Mentally,
Hey,
that's what I say.
My mental faculties are fine. Perhaps not last week, but today I am good.
Today I am.
Indeed, Mom, you're a bang-up elephant today.
What?
Thank you, my child.
Why would you do that to an elephant?
What? I don't understand.
Can we leave?
Atlas, can you
Can we fucking
explain?
leave? Can we fucking leave?
I'll explain it to you later.
Thank you.
Lockhart would mention that he would want to travel, or that he would want to come along too. Oh wait, actually, no, he would not. Actually, I take that back.
DM, I have a question.
Hmm.
Okay, so I know this hypothetical will never happen, but if
Right.
I'm standing in a Venn diagram between Atlas and the captain, what
Right.
are my voices doing?
Well, if you're within the influence of Atlas nearby, it would still be nothing. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, interesting.
What's the range of my presence?
10 feet.
Yeah, I would say that most of the time I have to like touch someone or like be close enough to touch them. So like 5 to 10 feet.
Got it.
Well, let's
Okay,
go lollygagging around and go meet this person.
Yeah,
Did she
let's
even
all
get- Sorry, go ahead.
get ready. We are going to come with Atlas.
Does she get anything from the psionic stuff? At all?
Wait, what about the psionics?
Did like her whatever ability is going on with Zevi, does she get anything psionic wise?
Who knows?
Wait, sorry, in what
Like,
manner?
how she's sensing things. I don't know if she can sense that at all. But
we don't
like,
have a
it's-
psionics check, do we?
No. It's not like she's capable of like she's still trying to figure it out as well, so she's not capable of like kind of shielding the uncontrolled power that she has.
Mhm. You can make me an insight check if you think recently would try to glean a bit more.
No,
I
I'm saying
think-
if Debbie would sense from Racelia, the psionic stuff.
Oh. That's a good point. Zevi,
I can make a check.
insight check?
Yeah, for sure, bud.
Mm-hmm. 18? You can't quite put your finger on it, Zevi. There's a vague sense of familiarity whenever you're near Racelia.
Oh, it is because we are kin. She is half drow and I am Shadar-kai.
Yeah, for sure.
Do I know what that is? Does Zevi say that out loud or at all? No.
Yeah, sure. She's
Do I know
she's talking to a voice. Okay, let's pretend just now that you heard her mutter that to herself. Because she was answering something she heard the voices say to her.
Do I know what Shadakai is?
I'd say it's common enough knowledge. Especially since you dabbled in planar studies, remember, or I think, right? With your
Probably a little
teleportation
bit.
stuff.
Yeah, probably.
I would say that you've probably heard of like most interplanar denizens. So basically Fae, those from the Shadowfell, and then those from the elemental planes. So you probably have heard of Shadowkai before.
Dude, I forgot Shadakai fucking existed. That would have made more fucking sense. Oh well.
Then we could have really been kin.
True. I'm a little familiar. They're like you're like kind of like us, but from a different plane, sort of thing.
Yes, you are like elves that are warped by the Underdark, and we are elves that have been warped by the Shadowfell.
Yeah.
I'm
More
gonna
or
go
less.
put normal clothes on.
I don't my drow lineage isn't that much though. I'm just appear that way.
I'm
guess.
sorry if you answered the question that or answered something that I said out loud. I talk to myself sometimes.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Just awkward silence after that.
Not silence for me, baby.
She has no idea how to continue the conversation.
DM.
Yes.
Well, they're talking. Does Lux see anything that looks particularly shiny and interesting that could say, fit in his pocket?
Make me a perception check.
God, I leave for 10 minutes to go get my armor out.
Yes, with a 23, absolutely.
Oh wait, can I just give him guidance? Like I know that I know that I don't need to, but I'm gonna touch him and say, I think I see something shiny.
Ooh. 27. So Lux, the problem with that particular statement is that in this place, with all like the glowing neon lights and everything that's around, everything is shiny. Everything is colorful here. But with a 27, I'll say that you're able to like hone your senses in a bit more. And like as you're glancing about at things potentially to pocket, what do you think would catch his eye the most? Like, is there anything in particular that he's
Apple
looking
Watch.
for?
An Apple Watch, yeah.
Apple Watch.
God, like the thing is, Lex isn't from. So Lex doesn't know high tech that well, apart from things he would have been from his city. So,
Mm-hmm.
just sees a cop and steals his gun.
Oh no.
I'm not sure what he'd look for. He'd probably look for just something shiny and pretty.
Okay. Okay.
That or something smells, anything that smells particularly delicious, I suppose, with him.
I'd say currently where you are, there's not really a lot that smells all that nice. It mostly just smells like a lot of like industry work, metal work. You hear like a lot of like welding and like blowtorch stuff going on, some construction going on in the distance. However, in terms of visual prettiness, you do see like a rather gauche looking like pocket watch, like the chain of one, that kind of attaches from like the pocket of one man that kind of goes up to his vest, kind of pinned to like one of his lapels. I can hear the cogs turning.
Yeah, just.
Hmm. How
I
do
will make a
steal
stealth
this?
check.
Okay. All right.
I'm still concentrating.
Oh.
I'm
So
still
I sneak
concentrating
away
on
from
guidance.
the party.
Wait, he still has guidance. Can he?
No, I can only be used
no.
once. Once it's used, it's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah. Okay.
Goodbye, Lux. 21. Yeah. You kind of vanish. Zevi. Lux was there. He goes outside of your sight range. He's gone. You don't. Who knows where he went?
I have advantage on perception checks that rely on sound. Can I hear where he went?
Nope.
No, you're right. I can't.
Nope. It's crazy. So I will say, Zevi, that it's you kind of lose him in the hustle and bustle of this place. You don't see the crowds that are moving back and forth, but you certainly hear them. It's like a wave of footsteps, like in all sorts of directions. To someone like Zevi, who's a bit more used to areas of just like quiet seclusion and meditation, it's a bit of like it's a bit like almost overwhelming, the amount of like through traffic that's going back and forth, and Lux is quickly lost into the midst of it.
Hey, Celia, where did the child go?
I don't fucking know. He's gone.
Oh,
Quick
Oh.
break here. Quick break here. Just wanted to pan back to Neon and Silas, who Silas is currently like looking out over the ship towards the rest of the party, and then turns to Neon. So, what are we doing? We going with them? We staying here?
We can go with them. I don't really mind.
I don't really mind as well. Honestly, that individual they were wanting us to go meet could be interesting. Who knows, right?
Well, we'll see what happens when we get there.
Yeah, sure. Come on. And he kind of like hops over the railing, and then from behind Ricilia and Zevi, since you're standing next to each other, you guys both see Silas as he kind of like takes his arms and like wraps them around your shoulders and kind of just like leans and goes, "Hey, how's it going?
He immediately
What are we
fucking elbows
doing?"
him in the
Ow,
ribs.
ow.
Don't.
I'm going to like bend my knees to try and get out of the.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, okay, I got it. I got you. No, I won't try that
Always a
again.
pleaser, Silas.
Oh,
Don't
wait,
fucking
what?
sneak up on me.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was loud approaching you. I wasn't even trying to be quiet.
I just wish you would ask before you would touch.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
You
You
saw
don't
what
see the
was.
child?
No, I did not see the child. You saw what was in my chest, no? Are you sure you want to try and touch me?
I had made sure my hand was far away from there.
Far is not far enough.
Fair enough.
Atlas returns.
I've seen what happens when people try and touch me. It does not go well for them.
You know what? Fair enough.
If you would like to find out sometime, you may, but
No, I think I'm good.
Welcome back, Atlas. We have lost the child.
he
What?
saw something. Okay, he saw something shiny. I told him to go get it, and I didn't think he would go so quickly.
He seems
I'll
confident.
this-
pull
in his
out.
way.
I'll pull out a stone. Exo Shiva, you have the floor. I'm going.
I would not be too pressed. He seems confident enough.
Lux, we are going now. Keep up, please. I'm gonna holler out into the abyss.
Okay. Lux, you have a choice here. You can either take your time and make the sleight of hand check at normal, or you can rush it, as in like kind of like brush past like a quick little grab and go. But you'll make the sleight of hand check at disadvantage. It's your choice.
Could I argue that technically because I would be past his perception, I'm assuming this guy doesn't have a 21 passive perception?
That's true.
That I could make it at normal if I just do a quick grab? Since I kind of blend into the crowd?
Sure.
Hey, here we go.
14.
That's not shabby. That'll beat most people.
Let me just go ahead and do a... Okay. Alright. Yeah, you grab it. Person doesn't seem to notice you.
Sweet. I will then suddenly pop up behind the party. Hey, where are you all going?
Oh, Lux, I was worried we'd lose you. And she'll like hold out her arm as if she wants him to like come to her side.
He'll come up to her side and just lean his head against her hip.
Yeah. Do
With
not
the
get
most
lost.
devilish grin on his face because he just got away with theft.
You don't know that.
Do not go too far. It is very hard for me to see you in these clouds.
No, of course. I'm sorry. I'll stay closer then to Zvi. And he will. He's just gonna quickly look at what he stole.
Okay. So, what you have in your hands currently appears to be a sterling silver and engraved with gold pocket watch. You open it up, and engraved on the inside are the initials EW and AS. But there is nothing else besides that. The glass, it's one of those pocket watches that you have to actually like click open to like open the silver clasp.
Yeah, I got to the top
yeah.
clicker.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's where the engraving is on the inside of the topmost portion. The glass itself is very pristine. It seems to be in working order. And it seems to be that the minute and hour hands that are on this watch are also made out of solid gold.
So I probably just got like a 200 gold. Yeah.
I was thinking roughly like 50 to 100.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'll let me roll something. Oh, it's worth 144.
That's pretty good.
Then I should steal.
Lux just looks at the watch and he pockets it. Best part is I don't even know if Lux knows what a watch is. It's just shiny. Like I don't know if he knows how to tell the time.
Do we notice him pocketing or looking at the watch?
Lux, another sleight of hand check. Perception checks from anybody that's looking his way.
Ooh, bad one that time.
Ooh, okay.
I think that everyone's passive catches that.
Yeah, actually, I do agree. I think anyone who is within like 5 to 10 feet of Lux sees like maybe like as you guys are passing under a streetlight, Lux pockets the item, but he's a bit too slow on the draw, and the light from one of the nearby street lamps kind of glints and makes like a very sharp gleam that kind of catches almost all of your attentions. In fact, actually, I think everybody's attention.
Did you fucking take something?
Hmm?
Did you
What?
take something? Did you steal?
He just looks over at her and in a straight face goes, "Now, Mom, stealing's wrong."
I'm gonna
Fucking deception check.
Hey, he didn't say he didn't steal. He just said stealing's wrong. Like, he didn't say, he never denied the steal.
Can I get
But I'll
into
roll
wait
it
no.
regardless.
Okay, I'm gonna lean into Lux really close and say, next time you steal something, just be sure you're not caught. Okay?
Is that a guidance? I don't.
No. I'm just it's just advice.
Okay.
Wow,
I'm
even
not-
Ursilia picks that up.
I don't even care that you stole something. I just want to know how much did you get away with?
I don't know.
Atlas turns around and looks at all of you. Can we not get arrested the first place we get to, please?
I told the child not to get caught. What more do you want from me?
Talking about it in public is gonna get you caught.
To be fair, Lux has yet to admit he stole anything. They're the ones making a scene.
I'm just saying that if in a hypothetical situation he were to do something untoward, that he should definitely not get caught. But
Perhaps you will find inspiration for the brig you are wanting to design.
It's already designed.
Can I take a look?
At the
Is that
brig?
No, not the fucking brig. Whatever you.
Lux kind of looks back and just like,
But he didn't do anything. The watch he purchased at a vendor with money that he earned from working aboard the ship.
Okay, now
Yes?
you're going a little bit too far.
He worked very hard, I could tell.
Tell.
he's just gonna tug on Zevi's dress and go whisper, "You know, Mom, the better phrase would have been, I found it lying on the street."
I'm trying to help you.
I'm helping you too, Mom. And he will look about, and we're obviously a good distance from the guy I just robbed, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you're about like 40, 50 feet away now at this point at like
Yeah.
a normal walking pace.
Yeah, so I'll slyly hand it over to to Rochelle.
By the way, I'm gonna put a hand on Raycilia's shoulder and use Vigilant Blessing on her.
Immediately fucking tries to elbow him as well.
Hey, Celia, you're a little jumpy. Is it okay if I put my hand on your shoulder?
Just ask before you touch me.
I just did. No?
Okay, no, I meant stares at Atlas.
You're the one with the big fucking crossbow. Want to make sure you're able to use it in case anybody gets a jump on us.
Oh, okay, just let me know next time, please.
Sure.
Yes, you can. She says to Zevi. And then she'll look down and evaluate the watch.
I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to see if Celia would let me touch her.
Yeah, when you ask her.
So I get my new fancy watch evaluated.
Yeah, you get the same information that I gave to that I gave to Lux. It's worth around 144 gold pieces. Very fine craftsmanship. Seems to be not a lot of high tech. It's basically like a pocket watch that you would see on Venrothos almost.
You could probably sell this for 100 and 150 gold, or at least that's how much it's worth. So, if you
Blimey!
use it to
Is that a lot?
tell, it's
That
a
is
lot.
a fair. That is most people don't make that in their lifetime.
Yeah. You could also use it to tell the time. I can teach you how to use it if you want.
He kind of looks at it. How does it tell you the time? Does it speak?
No,
Listen
the
very
little,
closely.
the little hands on. Did you see the little
Oh,
like?
do they do
knife?
like this? And all of a sudden, Lux starts doing fucking sign languages. He knows thieves can't.
No, not like that. It's okay. Raisalia will teach you. She perhaps is a better teacher than I can be with no eyes or no use of my eyes.
So the little hand tells like the hour, the time, and then the big hand tells like what minute it is. So you see how that one the big one moves a little bit faster, and then the other one ticks, and that's the seconds.
Blimey,
So-
that's neat.
We've been walking for a while. Are we any closer to our destination, DM?
Yes, you are. You guys seem to be approaching what looks to be a bar and lounge combo by the name of High Rise. With the symbol on it being like a neon sign of a pair of cat eyes, and a set of elongated, almost looking like playing cards that seem to like flash one by one as one of the cat eyes like winks at whoever is passing through underneath the entranceway.
Oh, I smell good food. I am starving.
And actually, yes, as you guys enter through what looks to be like a very large security door, the private security soldiers that were escorting you just remain at the entranceway, kind of like on the lookout, just like on guard, and then say, our proprietor is inside. Make sure to maintain well, as best manners as you are capable of. They say with like, just like taking like a cursory look around your motley crew of people nearby. At one point, the captain would have been traveling along with you, but then broke off to like go talk to people that could potentially help refuel. What was that, Heath?
I was just saying, Lux is gonna when he looks over to see it, when he asks us to be on our best behavior, Lux just has a big shit-eating grin on his face. Not suspicious at all.
At all.
Sevi will like put her arm around Lux's shoulders and like pull him in and say, "No stealing things here, okay?"
Oh. Okay, Miss Evie.
She'll like nod.
From so the art that I just showed for in game, those are the soldiers that have been escorting you. The blue and gold troops that have been kind of just keep an eye on you this whole time. As you enter, hold on a second.
The ones who definitely didn't see anyone taking anything at all.
No, he actually beat their passive perceptions.
At one point, I will ask if they are armored or if they are just very big men to Ricilia.
They're armored.
I mean, to be fair, guys, if you think I'm bad now, wait till I learn frickin' Pass Without a Trace.
Thank you. I couldn't tell if they were armored or not. I thought it was funny that they had such big shoulders and such small heads.
Ah! Like like when they take what's that drug called? Like the one that gives you big muscles.
What drug?
You know the strangest fucking thing.
What is a I'm sorry, what is a drug? What does it do? Like
drugs,
medicine.
they're wonderful, Mum.
Like medicine, like potions you take when you are ill?
Those are classified as drugs, yes.
Oh, or ones that you can take when you're healthy.
What drugs would you take when like an invisibility potion or like a poison resistance potion? I know of these. Are these drugs?
No, it like gets you high. Like
Mom, have you
it's
never
great.
gone powdering your hair?
Powder? Like flour that you cook with?
Just who
That,
the
knowing you, I
fuck
would not be surprised.
I did like to cook before I lost my eyesight. It is not something that comes with much ease these days.
But yes, Lux, I know the drugs you speak of.
Yeah, me mates used to take a bunch of them back when we were living on the streets. They sell
What?
a bunch of pretty colors.
Were you ill when you took these?
I never took them. They said I was too young. They said you had to at least be 12 before you took them.
Oh my god.
Okay, moving swiftly on, please.
Again, street urchin, guys. What do you expect?
Okay, I'm gonna show.
Then he stops and thinks, "Oh, does that mean I could take the drugs now?"
Enough about the drugs.
I perhaps will feed you a health potion, yes, when you are injured in battle. Those are drugs.
It would be amusing to see you feed him drugs like that after he is injured.
I have tended many wounded.
More like the ones he is speaking of.
What are we
I'm still
doing
not
here?
clear on what the difference between what I am speaking of and what he is speaking of is.
Well, I'm sure he will eventually show you.
Can I please get something to eat here, Atlas? I am starving.
Sure.
As you guys enter through the front doors into high rise, immediately the first smells that kind of greet your nose are a mixture of
Drugs.
cast whiskey, hookah smoke, and specifically though, outside of this, you also smell like fresh baked bread is like the best way that I can describe it.
So drugs.
Yeah.
We're at a hookah lounge.
I would literally sell my soul for fresh baked bread right now.
Oh
I
God!
don't think
right there.
they.
No, you
Needs
told him
respect
not
for
to
that.
rob the place. It's a good thing you mentioned that.
Gonna move you guys here.
You could just buy it. It's right there.
I will. I don't know if stuffing my face in front of our new cohort is the best idea. So perhaps I will show some restraint for now.
As you say that, you see frickin' Lux take a potato out of his frickin' pants pocket and just start chewing. What's that, Mum?
There's food here. They will serve you food that has been cooked.
How do you just eat a fucking potato like that?
Oh,
What's wrong
it's
with
great, Mum, when
Um,
they're not rotten and full of worms.
Instead of a couch potato, it's a crotch potato. Wonderful.
Oh.
He takes a little bit off and he gives it a bit the gorgonzola.
Neon will sip some crude oil that she put on her water skin.
Oh, that smells awful.
It smells like home, to be honest.
Apparently, the worse it smells, Mum, the better it is.
Oh, that is interesting. Also, Heath, out of character.
Yep.
Look what I did.
For hell. Oh, you did it, did you? Jeez.
Yeah, you gave me the.
Took it.
Well, no. Heath gave me the idea actually that I could take it because like it wasn't working quite well with Gestalt, but Heath was actually the one who inspired the thought process that led me to like pitch it again to Josh, and Josh let me take it.
So wait, so are your hit die actually
So
D6s?
yeah, so originally, so what Frail does for the Oracle is it takes their D6 hit die and turns it to a D4. But because I'm cleric, it's taking my D8 down to a D6.
So
So I'm still losing.
Yeah, they're just basic caster level now, squishy, not like super squishy.
Yeah, and you're the one who inspired that idea because you're a genius, and I just wanted you to know that I have it now, and I love you for it.
You're welcome.
You've taken all the fucking curses.
I would have taken them all if I could, man. There are two that are like locked that I can't take for other reasons.
Yeah.
What are we seeing here?
Okay. As you look around, you see what looks to be a lounge full of individuals, most of which seem to be from. You see what looks to be mainly dragonborn and human, from what you've seen. A couple tieflings as well. All of which are like make some casual like glances towards you all before returning to do their own thing. Oh, sorry, elves too. You see lots of elves that are within this place. And up in the high rise, kind of like overlooking this lounge, you hear like the jingling of chains, as a man with his legs crossed, currently sitting in a very large couch, takes like a long drag from the hookah pipe currently in his mouth, and then just lets out just a very casual, just well. Now what do we have here? He kind of like takes his hands, and you can see that there is like a medley of like bright silver rings on each finger, on both hands as he kind of like glances over. And from the high rise, you see this man. 1 second. There you go. You see an elven man, with a rich olive complexion, bright amber eyes, and what looks to be very long, messy, raven-swept hair that kind of leads down into a braid that has a red ribbon tied into it from what looks to be from the portion that's behind his ear down to the very end of the braid, all of which is also tied off with what looks to be extravagant strands of both gold and silver jewelry. Man's currently wearing what looks to be a black felt vest, emblazed with what looks to be some sort of like gold intricacies around the shoulders and chest, wearing a set of long set black slacks and what looks to be black dress shoes. And as he kind of looks over, you notice that he, on his face, has very almost tribalistic tattoos under his eyes and around the crescent corner of his face. And also, there appears to be sleeves of shifting, actually, tattoos that seem to paint various images in real time as they are kind of shifting about his arm. And as he kind of like looks down from the high rise, you notice that he takes a step off, but instead of plummeting straight to the ground, you notice there's like a shimmer where his foot kind of meets open air, and he immediately begins to descend straight down on what looks to be like an invisible staircase of air. And as he
Wondering where that
approaches,
voice came from.
this man with like a very excited smile on his face looks towards all of you and says, sorry for the secrecy. I just had to meet all of you as soon as I heard that you're from the Shattered Sisters. Very exciting, isn't it? Welcome to my personal bar, High Rise, and more explicit, or I guess more in a more pejorative sense, welcome to my station. It's very nice to have all of you here.
Atlas pulls out the tablet. Are you Zhu Fang?
Yes. Yes, that is I. I am Zhufang. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I
I'm
suppose I should
afraid I
say
might have a
Trade Prince
disadvantage.
Zhu Fang.
Yes, those tablets that the Dominion gives out are very informative, aren't they?
Very necessary for people like us.
Fair enough. I would imagine so. I imagine all this information kind of coming at you is a bit much. But in any case, let me personally welcome you aboard Delta Station. I am Zhufang, Sixth Prince of the Trade Federation.
Are they ordered in importance?
They are ordered in. They are ordered chronologically, in order of from the first to join to the last, I suppose. I'm the
Lax,
most recent.
did he look amused when I asked that question?
Did he look amused when he asked?
He did.
He did, Zevi.
Thank you, Lax.
In any case, well, instead sorry. Well, I invited all of you here for more than just exchanging pleasantries and warm welcomes. I have to admit, he says he kind of begins to like walk around, around like this very strange-looking art piece. Makes his way over, towards, I'd say, a desk that's like sitting right here. Sits himself down, and kind of like from his waist kind of pulls out what looks to be a little black rectangular satchel. Kind of like pops the clasp of it open and kind of dumps out what looks to be a set of golden elongated cards onto the table and begins to like shuffle them about, and says, well, I had besides the rumors, I had well, a premonition that I would be receiving some, or that I would receive an interesting opportunity today, and I'm
You are
wondering if the two co-align.
You are a diviner?
In a manner of speaking.
So
I
I'm
like to more refer to myself as a listener of sorts.
I'm a listener too.
Interesting. I'm
I'm
mostly
really
just...
good at listening, sir.
I'd hope we all be good at listening, otherwise we're all fucking deaf.
What does he say? I'm gonna let him finish because I'm about to sniff the fuck out of this man.
So he sits down and says, I mostly just stop, listen for the signs, and then when I am given answers, I, well, follow along and, well, see what's what. Neon, as you crest over to that side of the room, you can see that there's a group of, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 individuals of various backgrounds and ancestries that are currently around this, we'll call it like C-shaped table. they kind of like look at you as you approach, but don't really pay you much mind as they continue to go about their smoking and eating. And Zevi, as you kind of like draw closer to the table, he kind of like after he's done like kind of moving the cards around the table, all of which are like let's just say they're made of like almost solid gold and then are like chiseled with like various like forms of occultic imagery along the
I can only
backs
see
and
the
sides.
cards, babes. I can only see the card. I can only see that they look like cards.
That's true. That is a good point. Yeah, I guess to everybody else, that's what they would see.
Mhm.
And as he kind of like moves a portion off to the side, he keeps 3, and kind of begins to just lay them out in front of himself. In any case,
Perhaps we do a trade. You are a trade prince, no?
And what would you be trading me?
I will tell you something that I have divined of you, and you tell me something that you divine of me.
An interesting deal. I accept.
Okay,
You first.
I'll go first. Ask my compatriot if I have use of my eyes.
He'll look to. Let me see. I guess he'll look to the child. He'll look to Lux, and kind of give like an inquisitive, like raised, arched eyebrow.
Blind as a bat, sir.
Hmm.
Lux, do I often stub my toes while navigating around the ship?
Hey, man, that's why I gave you the stick.
Interesting. Okay.
A man of ambition, bronze of skin with eyes of amber, haunted by the weight of gold yet unearned. Both the ringmaster and the puppet he finds himself, but who pulls the string?
You see then that there's like a as he smiles, anyone who looks at the smile closely notices sharp,
inside
almost canine like fangs.
Are you a dog or something?
You're gonna incite him, Nano?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
cool.
inside him.
Sure. Are you inciting like that smile or just him in general?
More is. I'm trying to gauge his reaction to that.
He seems
also-
amused.
wait. Oh wait, I also want to insight. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, that was private.
You can reveal it by right-clicking.
Yeah.
16. He seems amused to both of you.
Does he react to Ray Celia's comment?
Oh, what? Asking if he's a dog?
Yeah.
Not exactly, so to speak.
What is it exactly then?
My people, my poor countrymen from Vistana, we are afflicted, so to speak. A form of lycanthropy, we'll call it.
Oh, so like you're a werewolf.
We're jackal, but close enough.
Ah.
Okay. Deal is a deal. Your turn.
All right. He kind of like then gestures towards the 3 cards that he had laid out. Go on, flip the one to your right first. I know that you cannot see, but I will describe what is there.
I can see enough to see the cards. I just cannot tell what color your eyes are. Well, flip the card to my right.
You flip the card to your right, and emblazed on the card is a person with their knees pulled to their chest, in what looks to be like a cave. Your past. Isolation. You are someone that is not accustomed to company.
I think you could have gleaned that from the fact that I wear a mask alone, no?
I am just reiterating what the cards are telling me.
Okay.
Flip the middle card.
She flips the middle card.
In the middle card is etched what looks to be, let me think of how I want to do that. It seems to be like a coin in midair, and what looks to be like a thumb that is pointed upwards, indicating that like the coin has been flipped. That is flux, meaning that you are currently in a state of transition. You are not really sure where you are or where you are going, but you are in the process of moving.
I came here on a weird spaceship. It doesn't take a master diviner to figure that out.
So to speak, but sometimes the cards can mean more than just the literal. Sometimes they can mean something else as well. Flux isn't just physical transition, it also can be emotional.
Okay. You have left me wanting so far. I hope the third card is good.
And flip the final card.
She'll flip the final card.
The okay. Flips the final card, and the final card is of a hooded woman, with tears streaming down her face. And this represents your future. And this card represents sorrow. Now, sorrow does not always mean that misfortune is in your future. It just means that there will be hardship. Although, again, more than just transitional, it can also mean something that you will have to confront in your future. A great sadness, perhaps.
Something like this, yes. Okay, fine. You have me convinced, diviner.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I was just reading what was happening in chat.
Oh, it's okay. I'm going to say something like that. You have me convinced, diviner.
Well, he says as he he kind of like takes his hands and like gives like a showman type of bow, with a smile. His eyes currently like glinting towards you, Zevi, while saying, "I live to entertain, at the very least."
You certainly are showy about it. Do tell
I have been
next.
told
I'm
this,
curious.
Which one of your compatriots is this Tausch that has been mentioned? He kind of like
Perhaps we are
looks back
better
and
off
forth
without
between,
looking at my past. If you could tell me about my future, I would listen to you.
Well, we can skip straight to the point if you would prefer to, well, just see your future. However, I'd be more than happy to do all of this. Actually, let me go ahead and make a roll. See if he caught that. Yeah, he did. Okay. But seeing as how we have a few impatient people amongst us, he says, kind of like cutting his eyes over to Rusilia specifically.
What? No, what?
I heard that.
Had what?
Asking why the fuck you're here.
Yeah, because why are we here?
I wanted to offer you a deal, a sponsorship, from a member of the from a trade prince of the International Trade Federation.
Okay.
Once in a lifetime offer.
Her skepticism matches my own, I think. Why would you want to do that? You seem to have money to spare. What makes you think that investing in a group of nobodies like us would prove fruitful?
It's interesting that you mentioned that because the cards divined something that I foresaw when I was trying to find more information about this strange ship from the Shattered Sisters of all places. And what the card showed me fascinated me slightly, so let's just say I have a vested interest in the destination of your voyage.
What did you see? Will Lux grow big and tall?
I didn't see anything that minute. I was more looking for the grand scope.
So
I think
what are
you'll grow big and tall, Lux.
So what are the exact terms of this deal then?
Well, the exact terms are as thus. I will be sponsoring your ship, and that way you will be getting fair and honest deals throughout most Trade Federation facilities that you will come across. You will have the weight of my name at your back, and that way you will be treated fairly upon any interactions with fellow designations owned by my fellow princes. All I ask for in return is information.
Before we get into bed with you, perhaps we should know if you have any enemies.
oh, darling. You and all of your compatriots must know that, well, I will inform you, I should say, that all of us trade princes are, well, rivals and at odds with one another, is, I guess, the most blunt way that I can put it.
So what information do you want?
The information that I want is in regards to two fronts, specifically. The Dominion, as in, what they're up to. Their activity across space has been expanding as of recently, and I want to know if it's of any threats to the Federation. And also, I have a vested interest in this, well, very center of our Acarian spiral that we call home. And I'm very interested to see what you all will find there. So any information in regards to that would be most fortuitous.
Tal?
Look,
Yes.
not.
What? Sorry, you go
Go on.
first.
You can go ahead first.
I was going to say, Talish, when you took a look at, and she'll put her hand over her, you sensed despair, no?
In magnitude amount, yes.
Then perhaps I'm still skeptical of his abilities.
How can I alleviate your skepticism?
Let me flip over the card about my past and I will tell you.
Ooh! Okay!
If you want, if it's something that's a bit more private, we can just keep it between us.
Yes, for now.
All right.
Halsh, if you wish, I can flip the card.
No, it is fine. I have a connection with the divine as is. They know more about divination than most mortals.
So, First, you want us to spy on the Dominion, and
Yes, about
second-
that, actually.
second
We
of all,
just got into this space. I don't know if it's wise for us to be spying on other people immediately. Giving you information about the spiral and what's going on in the center of it is one thing. The Dominion, that's completely different.
And recently, what were you gonna say?
our captain's not even here, so I don't think we can make the judgment call on that, right?
Perhaps we have him flip over a card for Tausch. Tausch decides if he believes, and I think at this point, if Tausch sees some truth, when he read my cards, I saw nothing more than things you could glean from looking or talking to me for 5 seconds. But if Tausch believes, then perhaps we bring him aboard to meet the captain. I know personally from my experience divining, my powers seemed amplified near him, so perhaps he'll be more impressive then.
Or, if you don't feel comfortable, inviting me a complete stranger aboard your ship, well, this is my bar after all, and I don't imagine you all will be leaving today, so, if you guys want to mull it over and give it some time, well, I will be here. There is no set time limit on my offer.
Might you also want to come with us?
In a manner of speaking, it won't be me physically, but a manifestation puppet, I guess, technically.
I would not expect someone as important as you to travel with a band of people you have just met.
It might be, in my best interest to aboard a ship like yours incognito. It would certainly make travel a lot easier, but no, there are things that I have to attend to that require my physical presence elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Tausch, pull the fucking card.
Do not rush me.
I'm with Raistley on this.
Tausch will walk up and flip over. I'm guessing the one on the far right.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you down.
Okay. Bye.
Weeboo.
I'm not too keen on having to spy on an entire government of people,
Yeah, we just fucking got
especially one as advanced as the Dominion.
But he's hot? Have you considered? Sorry.
I have, and I'm not swayed.
Neither am I.
I am as Carly, but as Zebi, I think this guy's a hack, so...
Yeah, Ray also thinks this guy is a hack.
Because, like, even Tausch got a better sense of the, quote, despair, unquote, so...
Also, it's kind of weird a trade prince would be sitting in a random-ass bar.
He owns the bar!
He owns the
I mean, that's like saying it's odd for a mafioso boss to be seen at an Italian restaurant.
Mamma mia.
Like the odd part is less that he's there and more the simple fact that, you know, I literally what's the phrase I'm looking for? It seems like I have no idea predicting what this guy's motive is, right?
Yeah.
Um,
That is not a good deception.
then let me pull the card.
I find it interesting that basically what you're letting a lot of things being steered by the rest of the people in the group because you're playing a literal child.
I mean, yeah, my character is along for the ride, except when he sees something shiny, then he gets the party in trouble if he gets caught.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't get caught, I apparently get his paydays. 144 gold for one roll's pretty good at level 2.
I'm skeptical of this guy.
Same. Immediately asking to spy for another corporation, or like. a group
Had
of
that
people
not been
spy.
thrown in,
Yeah, probably would have been fine. Yeah.
I would have been far more amenable to this. But just being like, "Hey, can you spy on these people?" It's like, well, we don't even know what your name is worth.
We don't even know you.
Like, we just got here, guy. You can't be throwing that around.
It seems like a desperate attempt for us.
I'm surprised he'd also throw it to fucking strangers and not just expect him to be like, oh yeah, these people, they might just fucking tell the Dominion that these, they want him to
Derek,
be
come on,
spied
get
on
outta
by
here.
him.
Derek?
I'm gonna try something when Josh gets back. And I'm going to risk insanity. So I just want us all to be emotionally prepared for that.
That's fine.
As long as you don't
Oh,
get the
sure.
live phylactery potion this time and fall in love with the guy at sight, and then, have to do everything he tells you.
Oh. See, I'm gonna be honest with you. Whatever the opposite of hopeless romantic is, my character is that. So
Yeah, the problem isn't the hopeless romantic aspect. It's the simple fact that if you have that potion, you don't get a choice. Like you automatically fall in love with the person you see first.
no, but what I mean by that is like if my character would not love
get outta here.
correctly.
Get out of here, Derek.
But that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna get some weird long-term insanity bullshit like let me look at this. The character becomes attached to a lucky charm. That's the one. There's one where I can have the condition blinded.
Because that'll affect you.
Crazy.
That'd be fun.
Imagine being blinded as Evie. That's crazy.
Double blind.
Now, if you had one that deafened you, you'd be in real trouble.
Some people are into that. Like that's like a whole kink, isn't it?
I mean, everything's a kink. There's nothing you can name that isn't a kink.
True.
I was trying to think, and I don't like where my brain is going. So please, let's not.
Let's ignore this line
That's
of
your
questioning.
own brain.
Well, my first thought was pudding, and then
That is a very low bar. Pudding's absolutely up there.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine pudding's a common one, honestly.
okay, well, if
Yeah,
you imagine that's a little fucking weird.
I mean, there's Jello wrestling. It's just a thing. Right? Like, that is just a thing.
don't ask. Just don't, Josh. Just do not.
We're Jello wrestling this guy for his fucking power.
Yeah.
Great.
We were talking about kinks. I don't know how we got here, but we were. Okay, and I'm leaving it at that.
If anyone wants to, you can roll insight for Tausch. It's not a very hard check. If
Okay.
it beats 6, you got it.
Nice.
Oh, not 20.
Nice. You would see Tausch walking away from the table with his eyes wet behind the mask.
Do you trust in his abilities?
Emotional damage.
He is honest. He is an oracle.
Josh, I'm gonna do something that risks long-term madness.
Okay.
Can you meet me down? Like, it'll just take 2 seconds
It'll
of
take
your
2
time.
seconds? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
That's 1 second, not 2 seconds. What the fuck?
We're going on to 5 seconds.
We're going on like 10 right now. This is fucking outrageous.
Yeah, outrageous.
I demand my time back.
I
Dude, I
demand.
still cannot get over that fucking Lethal Company.
Oh my god! Run, he's dead!
I just see him getting dragged down the stairs. The ragdoll physics of his body's just flump, flump, flump.
I feel like
While
I
you're
completely
screaming,
left.
and I'm just laughing. Too funny.
What lethal company are you talking about?
Lethal Company. The Lethal Company.
Yeah. I did you play a game together or?
Yeah, we played one game together
Ah.
before we came to D&D.
Okay. Okay.
We got 2 in. We got 2.
Yeah, we got 2 expeditions in. But the very first expedition,
Who got brackened?
one of Nano's friends got brackened. I was like, okay, the very first room, like as soon as you turn left was the very first room. And I'm like, oh, hey, a chemical jug. All right, Nano, I got the radio. You're going to have to pick this up. And as I turn around, I see a bracken just closing in on Nano's friend. I was like, it's the very first room. I was completely certain there shouldn't be anything there. And I watched someone getting dragged. I panicked, man. I was down those stairs. I was parkouring my way to the front door. I left Nano accidentally. I didn't even realize I left Nano accidentally.
I was laughing my ass off.
And then we went back in, and you got mauled by another bug.
I got mauled by something, and it killed me.
Looks like Carly
Wow,
failed.
that's like the fucking worst one. What were we talking about earlier?
Ooh.
What were we talking about?
Deafness was a terrible one for them, or a potion
God.
that makes them fall in love with the first person they see, or
Might
Yeah.
constantly get to that effect, to be honest.
Because you were worried about them telling her to do stuff, and look at that.
charm effect. There's a lot of bad things with insanity.
I mean, that's also like if it actually happens. It's not like
Oh, I assume they're rolling it, so it happened.
What did I miss?
Nothing much.
Talshad is past red.
Oh, okay.
For the next hour, I have to do anything anyone tells me.
I called it. I fucking called it, man. I am a psychic.
Is it an
Okay.
owl?
Yeah, I did a thing. It's okay. You know, we did a thing. So I'm going to like you're going to see me visibly strain for a second, like grab my head. And I'm going to say, we do not need to trust him, but perhaps trust me. I just strained perhaps harder than I should have. And it is good to have a friend with deep connections and deeper pockets amongst the stars. And I have lived my entire life following what I hear and what I divine, and, well, I'm still alive, and it often leads me into good situations, so...
Well, Zebby, if you trust him, then I trust him.
But he's asking us to fucking spy on the Dominion.
I mean, I spied on people all the time.
Okay.
You don't-
Let me clarify. As Zhufang says from his table, as he's like slowly collecting his golden cards together and starting to put them back into his black satchel. I am not
You guys-
asking
wait,
to break
wait.
in and steal documentation or anything of the sort. I'm just asking to see if you hear rumors, to just send them my way. That's all.
That is more reasonable.
I've never met you. Why would I trust you with breaking into Dominion headquarters? Maybe later down the line, but like...
Ooh, that sounds
Like I
like
said,
fun!
But that's the thing, right? You're implying that that might happen down the line, and now you have the potential to strong arm us into doing something.
It is up to you. I am not going to force you to do anything. It's just a sponsorship.
I think we should probably bring it up to the captain.
Ooh, I have a question now.
Hmm.
Is
Do we get cool logos?
Perhaps.
Nobody
Don't
asked me to do anything.
Don't
Will you be
fucking
my
stupid.
mother?
oh Jesus Christ! How about
Don't be
this?
swayed by that.
Could we, or is there any method of us testing what the sponsorship might be like?
But of course. Would you like to know the benefits of a sponsorship with me?
Sure.
Right. Well, first things first. Gold membership for any Astral Trade Federation exchanges, which is a 25% discount on any Federation goods that are exchanged within Federation space.
What
Outside
other
of
goods?
that, it can range from anything. Trade Federation deals in anything from personal confectionaries to, well, let's just say, he says he kind of like gestures vaguely over to like the side of the room where you can see like a security cabinet with like weapons inside of it. The latest and greatest in Federation tech when it comes to artificery and also in, well, weapons of warfare as well.
I don't need your fucking weapons. I've got my own, thank you.
It is a trade federation. I feel like a federated group of traders would cover many aspects.
You may not need my weapons, but you certainly need a new set of well, rags. He says he kind of like eyes you carefully.
Do you
That's
think?
what is that? Leather?
It's comfortable.
Yeah, well, taking a radiant bolt directly to the chest will feel more or less comfortable with protection like that.
I'm gonna lean into Lux and say, "Do you think he has drugs that you mentioned earlier?"
I think you're on him already, Mom.
What do you mean?
Your eyes are kind of glowing.
I just
Let us talk over this and consider it.
Of course. Take all the
Are
time.
there
you need.
any sorts of leads for jobs that need to be done around here?
Around
Oh,
the
please
station?
don't tell me to do a job right now.
One
Oh.
that a group of intrepid adventurers might be suited for.
There might be something I can find. Just give me a couple hours to a day to drum up some contacts. It gives you enough time to talk this over with your captain as well.
Very well.
I don't know how to give you time. I'm sorry. I would if I could.
Oh, I can take care of that, Mom. And he hands her a watch.
Nice.
I don't know what to do. I'm stunned. she just holds the watch.
I know you can't even read it because you're blind.
Well, anybody else have anything to add, or should we head back to the ship?
I'm done here.
I thought people were hungry.
I was, but Risalia seems angry.
I'm not angry.
To be
He's
fair, you seem angry.
disappointed.
Oh, that's worse.
Exactly.
Do
Oh,
you have
man.
a fresh bagel that Zevi here could have?
Absolutely. He then kind of like claps his hands together, and a set of mage hands exit from his like personal space and bring over confectionaries for everybody.
I did
Perhaps
say
a
I would.
donut.
They are pastries. Yeah, they're pastries.
I did say I would sell my soul. I do not have to pay my soul, do I?
Do not
No.
sell your soul.
Okay, I will not.
You do not need to sell your soul for these.
Talsh, I would say you definitely noticed, but Zebby took that a little too literally and oh, absolutely not sell her soul.
I mean, if you want to sell your soul that badly, you can just talk to Silas.
Nobody is selling any
Silas, hello.
souls. Come on, let's go.
I don't know why I felt compelled to do that.
Lux,
going-
would you like mine?
Mom, would you like to eat this potato?
I will take the potato.
Don't eat his crotch potato.
Okay, I will not eat it.
Let's go.
Okay, we're going. I will.
I'll see you lots around. Shufang says as he walks back up the invisible staircase to his quarters.
So he just walked up his staircase?
He seemed to be like walking on air, almost.
Fantastic. I want to do something quick while that's happening. So while the
Okay.
party walks back to the ship, I want to do a check.
Okay.
He's gonna take his air.
16.
That still beats most of the passives.
Okay.
I'm going to sneak past the party while they're busy,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to go talk to him.
Oh. Okay.
That does not beat my passive.
What's your passive?
16.
Then it's,
Mine.
I win the tie, I believe, because I think the roller wins because it's meet the beat, right? Like AC.
Me
No,
to
I
beat.
believe. I believe the passive wins.
Hold on. Let me.
I'm
check
not sure.
something. What happens when you meet passive perception?
No, Stealth wins the tie.
Stealth wins the
Stealth
tie.
wins the
Yep.
tie?
So I win. Yep.
Okay. All right.
So I
okay.
I beat the passives. So I figured
Lame.
meet the beat.
Okay. Okay. Actually, so wait. Do you try to like follow him like up the stairs?
Basically, when I get the chance, I'll try to. I go in and try to follow him up. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So he would get like about halfway up, and then as you try to like step, there is like no space to step up. This is a fancy way for me to use his levitation thing that he has. But as he sees that you're like struggling, he'll look to like the rest of the party that's like starting to drift off, and then he'll like drift back down to you. Hello.
I would like to request a secret room.
Okay. Secret room it is. Be right back, everybody.
So many fucking secrets.
Okay, there we are. You look like you were itching to ask me something.
You said you were a lycromishu.
Lycanthrope.
A were jackal?
Werejack. Yes.
Can I ask you about that?
He's gonna insight you. Okay. What would he glean from a 16?
I mean, he's very clearly got some kind of objective here.
Yeah, okay. He'll tilt his chin up a little bit and go, "All right, you have my attention."
So you say you're like were you born like that?
Yes, I was. Most of my people from the planet of Vistana are, well, sorry, most of the people from my tribe are, well, Long story short, we were cursed with lycanthropy
Oh,
a
it's
long time ago, and
it's a curse then.
generational. Ours was. It's not always the case.
He's just gonna look at him and look back with no longer seeing the party. Is it really a good idea to tell people about that?
Depends on where you are. In my home planet of Vistan, lycanthropy used to be viewed as a curse, but as generations and generations and generations of us began to live with it and adapt to it and evolve to it, we began to realize that although initially perceived to be a curse, yes, there can be blessings that come too. Power that it grants can be gratifying.
Oh, that sounds useful. It's just, there's not like a book or anything you have on this sort of thing, is there?
What exactly are you looking for exactly?
He's gonna look over at him,
Mm-hmm.
and fuck it, he will turn.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. What does your did you do have art for your
Yeah, I
your
showed you my art. Yeah,
right?
he would grow
Yeah.
he would grow a foot and a half, so he's now
Mhm.
6 feet flat.
Yeah.
And
mhm.
he would just like his clothes would fill out, and he's like massively muscled all of a sudden.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And basically, yeah, he is just full. But then he'll drop it immediately after showing him, and his clothes are now like that loose fit again.
Yeah. Huh. So I see. And then he kind of like takes a cursory glance towards the rest of your party, which has their backs turned at the moment. And I take it that the rest of your traveling companions are, well, blissfully unaware of your condition.
My master told me not to really tell people about it, but I figure if since you're a fellow licorice, lycanthrope,
You can just call me a werejackal.
a
It's
weird
fine.
tackle, a fellow were, I thought it might be
Yeah, there you
something to talk to you about. I mean, I've never actually met one. I thought Zevi might be one, because she could do things like I do. Like see
go.
without
Ah,
eyes.
I see. I see. Well, if your captain allows well, a version of me to board your ship, I would be more than happy to, I guess for lack of a better term, give you lessons in lycanthropy or werisms, I guess.
Oh, my master taught me how to control it, hence why I could do what I did. But unfortunately, he sort of passed before he could finish my training.
I see. Well, I could do my best to give you as many pointers as I can. I may not be trained in your specific areas of expertise. Are you more arcanely gifted, or are you more of martial prowess?
I punch people in the head real good.
Martial prowess, got you. Excellent. Well, all right. In that case, I cannot train you in any of my specific types of fighting styles. However, when it comes to transformations and controlling your urges, I can certainly help with that, yeah.
That'd be appreciated. I'd like that a lot. Thanks. I better
course.
get back to my friends before they start missing me.
Oh, and one last thing, dear Lux.
Yes?
I may not know much about your current situation. I may not know much about your master. And then he kind of like looks over towards the group again and then back to you. But word of advice, it's best to not hide who you are with people that you trust.
I'm
Do you
just
trust them?
worried they might not like me if I share.
He kind of like looks towards Zevi and Talsh specifically. Something tells me that everyone in your little motley crew has things to hide, I have a feeling that they will accept you for who you are regardless. Call that my divinator's instinct, or diviner's instinct.
If you say so.
I have a
might-
good eye for these things.
I'll think about it. Thanks a lot for listening to me. I better head back. As I said, they might start missing me soon.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess
Walk
we'll head
always
back.
with Moon. As you leave, he'll call out, or well, he won't call out too loudly. He'll do it like while you're within immediate earshot, so
Yeah.
the others don't hear. He'll say, "Walk always in Moon Claw, brother," as he begins to ascend up the invisible staircase back to his lounge.
May your arse always shine as well. He moves on.
Love that. Okay. All right, let's go back.
Okay.
I feel like I need to ask for help.
No,
you're
don't
fine.
feel embarrassed. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Oh,
If there's any problems or whatever, we just want to make sure you have a good time as well.
Of
Yeah,
course.
I just need some help with being dragged along for the early bit so I can get comfortable. Cause like,
Of course.
I mean, I was
course.
literally going to drag you along with the watch, but unfortunately I got caught. Because I was going to have you look at the watch since you're the techie.
no, it's okay. It's just like, I want to play a charisma person. I want to do all these things. It's just like, I just don't have the confidence for it right now, and I need to get like pushed into it, and I need that hope.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Lux will shove you down the stairs and lock you in the room.
Please do, please. I am begging you because I want to get good at talking. I want to break out of my comfort zone, and I can't do it by myself.
Gotcha. Well,
I need help.
we'll keep that in mind.
Mhm.
Anyways, Lux is back.
Do we notice him coming back? I assume we just all fucking left.
Yeah, probably. You
Yeah.
might not even.
No, at this point, Atlas would be like, every time we try to go somewhere, this kid disappears.
It is not the disappearing we need to worry
So,
about. It is whether or not he comes back.
Atlas waits outside the door. If the rest of you go back to the ship, you can, but he's waiting at the door.
Oh wait.
Yeah, right away.
Atlas pulls out a dagger and is just like picking under his fingernail.
I was actually wanting to do something at the club as well, but I'm not sure if everyone has time for it. I wanted to. I assume they're playing music right now.
There's like ambiance music playing through like speakers. It's very low though. It's like it can easily be drowned out by other types of music.
I wanted to like go to one of like the lounge areas that seemed to be like boring and like pull out like a guitar and just kind of strum some live music to see if I can get some coin. I want
Sure.
some money, please.
Yeah. Make me a performance check.
Also, I wanted to see if
Sorry, go ahead.
I also wanted to see if the guy would notice at all or be like, "Oh, that's cool." I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. So
Fine.
he's currently above, but he probably can hear you. We just go ahead.
All right, for a performance.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Okay. 17.
Get out of here.
It's gonna be like somber, but in like a bit of a spicy way, like a spicy somber to get the mood going.
Spicy
What,
song.
Spicy somber. I like that. And while you're playing, what instrument are you using currently?
Actually, you know what? Sitar. I'm turning my electric guitar to a sitar.
Ooh, good choice. Silas would join you. I think no, his instrument doesn't transform if I'm correctly. He just
It
has the
doesn't.
violin. Right?
But the thing is, though, it's like the spicy somber I'm talking about is like a Arabian Nights inviting like romantic type of somber that I'm trying to go for.
Since you're using a sitar, go ahead and make this check at advantage. I just want to see if you get something high. Oh.
That's 20. Yay!
Well, all right. Okay. Using the sitar specifically invokes memories of home for the fellow Vistanans that are also within this lounge. And as you begin to play, you notice that a couple of the folk around you that were originally smoking kind of pause, and kind of like also begin to like pause their eating and other activities while you begin to play. And from above, as you like kind of like glance up to the upper foyer, you see that like you see Zhufang has his eyes closed. And he's actually got like a very warm smile on his face. One of his canines is kind of like poking out from below his upper lip as he's kind of like drifting to the beat or to the rhythm of the sitar currently. And as Silas kind of joins in for the accoutrement of the violin, you notice that like a couple Vistanans with tears in their eyes begin to like reach towards their coin purses and thank you very much for a beautiful rendition. I'm gonna go ahead and roll something privately, and also go ahead and tell me what you were gonna say. Sorry.
Does the merchant prince look around the eyes at all during any of this performance?
He would wait until after it's done, and then he would.
I want to say like before she finishes, like right before she lowers her glasses a little bit, gives him a wink, and then pushes them back up.
Yes, permission granted to change that. And make me a persuasion check, just out of curiosity. I just kind of want to see what happens.
Okay. That's not that good. Advantage? Question mark? I got not 20. It's fine if not.
You did, sure. Fuck it, why not?
Fuck it, we ball.
Okay, 17. Let me go ahead and just. Okay. All right. Okay. So you wait until the song ends, or just till it's about to end. Zhufang kind of like looks at you, kind of knowing that the song is starting to drift towards its conclusion with you and Silas working together. And as you wink at him, you notice that like from the top, while he's like looking down at you, his amber eyes kind of like cut down and like glisten a little bit as he kind of like flashes a smirk, and you can see like his canines just are just pointed as he's just like looking to you. And from the top he says, well, all the more reason for me to look forward to potentially being a companion aboard your ship if I get to listen to music this nice.
Oh, I'll be happy to see you aboard then. Surely.
Surely.
Mm.
Well,
How
let's
much
see how
money
your
do I get?
captain feels about the situation. Oh, and you see that he kind of like reaches into his wallet, and he flicks you 2 platinum pieces for your troubles.
Money.
And
Alright.
as for what the others gave you, I'm gonna roll just something real quick. Okay, so you get a grand total of 26 gold pieces from the Vistanans that were around you, plus the 2 platinum pieces that Zhufang gave you, for a grand total of 46 gold worth
Nice.
overall.
I'm very happy now. I am extremely happy. I literally did that wing to get his money. That's literally nothing else. I just wanted his money. Okay. I don't think there's anything else that I really need, but there was something that I just forgot immediately.
I'm gonna just
Lux,
say though, as you finish,
it's around this time that Lux is running upward, right? I think.
Well, technically, if that all occurred, that must have happened after my conversation.
Oh,
with
that
them.
was after. Yeah.
So,
yeah,
so
that's
Lux
true.
would have listened to the music, and after he was done, he'd like sneak up behind Neo and tap her on the shoulder.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Squirt, how you doing?
I was
How
listening
can I
to your
help you?
performance. That was really, really good, Neon.
Oh, thank you kindly. I do my best, and of course, silence is the backup as always. Did a swell job.
That was a
Pats
natty
on the back.
narkin tune.
Well, it's pretty good, right? Pretty nutty.
Mm-hmm. Everyone was having a tickety-boo time.
Honestly, I can understand that pretty well. Yeah, well, they better have. It is my music after all.
Silas runs his fingers up one of his horns and then smiles a little bit and says, "You know, you really don't use the sitar as much as you should. Beautiful instrument, that."
It is. It's just like not many people appreciate it is the problem.
It's a lost art, truly.
It's really pretty.
Maybe I might start using it again. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Too long. Too long.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Ares, thank you for giving me a perfect excuse to why Luck's stuck behind.
No problem. I got you. I got you.
As he will now leave with Ares' character, none too suspicious.
All right.
Also,
Okay.
as I
Oh,
walk
mhm.
out, my wings will flare open just because I want them for the aesthetic reasons.
And Nano's waiting for us outside the door.
Zhufang stay well above, just kind of like looks at that happen and just kind of shakes his head with a smile as he sips at his whiskey.
Why the fuck did you two stay behind?
I
Oh!
want to make some money.
Miss Neon was playing music and I heard it and I listened to it. It was some of the best music I ever heard.
I'm not even gonna insight that because I'm like, she's just like, oh, okay, fair enough.
I mean, it literally happened.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing, right?
Yeah,
She's
right.
just like, okay, sure. Whatever.
How else am I supposed to spread my renown, get more fans, travel the multiverses, become a rock star, I can't just do that by not playing music in random, bars and places like this.
You know what you should do, Mom?
Yeah,
Yeah, you should do costumes. And
costumes.
yeah, makeup. I can help you with that.
Actually, I can do that as well.
Pulls out his disguise kit.
I pull out my own disguise kit.
As we both have disguise kits. Hey, you know what that means, Ares? Advantage.
Anyways,
Are we going-
Oh.
Go ahead.
I did want to ask, how much does this place reminisce of my home?
Oh, yeah, to you specifically, Neon, this place is a lot more closer to home for you. The tech here is relatively close to what you would find in Mechanist specifically, yeah.
Interesting. Neon looks quite at home. She has her arms behind her back and is just strolling along with the party.
So we go talk to the captain then? I'll take that as a yes. Let's go.
You head back
Yes.
to the captain, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then. So I'm gonna bring us back here then. As by the time you all are back to the ship, you would see that Dane is back on the top deck of the ship again. And you do see members of the Trade Federation, basically dock workers, are now coming to and fro, jotting things down onto clipboards and are what looks to be coordinating with Matara specifically to add an alternative fuel source to the engine room specifically to basically help integrate their own fueling systems into the ship.
Captain.
Oh, I see all of you have returned. Was the company to your liking?
It was kind of ass, to be honest.
Fair enough.
But it had some jamming tunes.
So you can probably explain this better than me, Atlas, but he wants us to basically set up some sort of treaty, I guess a sponsorship with us.
Puppies!
And
Nope.
In return, we give him information about the place we're heading to, and about the Dominion. He said that it wasn't really spying, he just wants to know rumors and stuff, but I just wanted your opinion on that. Concerning it's your ship at all.
Well, to be quite honest, I didn't get a really good vibe from those Dominion folk when they aborted our ship. Atlas, I don't know what your opinion on them was, but I know specifically for me it was... I don't know. Something just felt off.
You want my opinion?
Sure.
Don't piss off the big shark.
True. That is a good point. And I'm not saying that we, make any hostile actions towards them, of course. I'm just saying that they gave me odd vibes is all. As for this person, they sound interesting to me at the very least, this trade. So, I would like to go with you next time you guys go to meet him. Get a good eye for him myself, see what he's about, and then I'll make a judgment call from there.
Quite frankly, what we need to do is find somebody who is neutral. Speak with them and get a better picture of each of these factions.
Oh, like going on the streets and talking to the people?
Perhaps.
I'm good at
The
that!
only problem is that this is a Trade Federation station, no? I feel like many people here would probably be rather biased towards
You know what? If we talk to the urchins, though, they're always neutral in these sort of things.
I don't even
That
know
is a
if
fair
I
point.
understand the politics behind what's going on.
Nor do I. That's why we need that information. We can't just blindly swear allegiance to one faction.
What information do you require? Perhaps I can divine it. I risk my own sanity, but I've done this before.
Can you divine something about the Dominion? Is that possible?
DM, is that possible?
So, Zevi, for you specifically, finding out information on people is, relatively easy. They're there in front of you. And
But
you
an
can
organization,
read
I
off of their
can't, I
aura.
can't touch. I can't
Yeah,
feel.
I was gonna say, yeah, concepts specifically, you can, but it requires a lot of effort, and for you, a very low sanity check. We're talking like 5 below.
I can try. This is, it is a lot easier for me to divine when I can see or touch someone. I have done
Zevi.
this before, but yes.
Zevi. It's fine. We'll go with the conventional method.
Great! And I'm gonna grab Neon. He goes, here, come with me! And I will tug
Wait,
Neon along.
Actually, I wanted. Oh.
Neon will willingly be kidnapped. I assume Silas is staring at this.
Silas watches the two of you go, and then goes, "All right, I'll come along too." And he'll.
Silas!
Oh, what?
Tell Neon I wish to see her later, please.
Tell Neon. Oh, you wish to see her later?
Yes, that is what I said.
Oh, all right. Just wanted to make sure I heard you right. Okay.
Thank you.
And then he rushes off. And as he catches up, Neon, he'll say, "Hey, Neon.
Yeah?
Zevi wants to see you later about something.
Later? Like, what
Yeah.
type of later we talking about?
I guess when we go back to the ship, maybe when we all meet back up eventually."
Oh. Sure. Anyways, why are we being kidnapped?
Oh,
Looks to looks.
here's the thing, Mom. I'm gonna try to see if we can get some connections to find out about the sea. But you look like you're one of them people really good with words, so I figured you'd be really good for that to help.
Oh God. Okay.
But I think also we should also have the effect that it's like we don't want to be like known who we are, right? So he takes out his disguise kit.
Here. I have disguise self as well, just in case.
Okay.
That's fine. But Lux will now dress himself up like a big old hairy halfling with a beard and mustache.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Nice.
I will look like a very, I don't know, pretty belly dancer lady something. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea what we're doing. I don't know.
We're going to the underworld to talk to see if we can get info on the people we just met.
Silas is
Okay.
gonna like look at the two of you like completely decked out
We
in
need
disguise
information
and go,
also on the Dominion.
Of course. Yeah, Dominion as well.
I will look like a very instead of a belly dancer, I'll look like a very pretty sussy lady that's like, I don't know.
She's
She's
2
like-
seconds away from
she's-
saying Ara Ara.
Like a lady of the night, perhaps.
A lady of the night mixed with like maybe she could kill you, but like in a really hot way. I don't know. I'm panicking.
Dominatrix, gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess maybe.
So do I meet the girl with disguise kit, and can I get advantage if Neo helps me?
I'll help.
Yes,
I'll help.
yeah.
I'll help.
Yeah, you both have proficiency. It's
Yeah.
completely fine. Silas is gonna watch the two of you like go back
thing
and
I got
forth
the
like
advantage.
disguising. Yeah.
Do you turn into
and-
her?
Much better. 20.
20. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, that's it. But she's a little bit more covered up though.
Oh wow.
Ah,
Nice.
yeah. Storm's showing off his other characters. It's
What the fuck is that outfit?
the harlot
Don't worry
outfit.
Don't worry about it.
She'd be a bit more covered up, but sure, that's basically what she looks like. Why not?
You know that outfit is like one wrong move away from showing the whole.
I was literally
puss
about to
puss.
say that little mid portion is like one good yank away from disaster.
Yeah.
Intended.
Intended. You know what? Fair. Yeah. So Silas is gonna look back and forth between you two and say, "Hey, could you two do me? I don't know. I don't know what I'm really looking for here, but
I've got it! I got it! And he just Lux
Oh,
grabs
no.
him and starts
Oh,
to do his
no.
I will
shit.
help. I will
Okay.
help. Can
So-
I? Wait, what should he look like? Wait.
Lux would go. I think
Wait, wait, so?
so he's a good looking fellow, so we gotta go like all the opposite routes. So he's gonna take
Wait,
his blotter and he's gonna turn him into like a.
No. Silas, can't you just you have magic, don't you? Can't you like make yourself into some pretty elf boy or something?
pretty elf boy. Oh,
Oh,
God.
just you can do something, right?
I could.
It can't be that hard for you, or do you really need that help from us?
Let me see what he has.
I'll also say that Lux has a pillow under his shift, so he looks like he's that chubby sort of fat halfling.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that Silas, like the main root of Silas, so I assume he has some sort of powers to be able to do some cool stuff.
Look, I do have some magical capabilities, but I am very, very far from home right now.
Oh, you're
Everything
just
here is so damp.
you're just a little baby, aren't you? Fine, if you really need to get your hand held, sure, why not?
I am not a baby, he says with like as his tail like flicks with like annoyance. You know what? Fuck this.
Fuck this!
Lux. Make me hideous. Make me the ugliest thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
Got
Are
it, sir.
you really gonna do that to yourself? So, are you gonna walk out there in broad daylight with multiple people looking at you like that? Are you sure your ego can handle that?
So what Lux has got in mind? Because he's got he's got to work with horns and a tail, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what he's gonna do is he's the only other thing he can think of with horns and a tail that he could pull off is he's gonna make him look like a minotaur,
Oh, haha. Okay.
right?
Awesome. And as soon as he as soon as you're done, he's gonna grab like he's gonna summon a hand mirror to his hand out of flames, and he's gonna look at himself, and then he's gonna look at you, Neon, and go, "I've made a terrible, terrible mistake."
What? You're a
This
real
is-
cowboy now.
This is why. This is
Oh, I hate
why
that.
you should listen to me when I give you advice. You dumbass.
I was so tunnel visioned to just not listen to you that I have made a oh god, is this
Well,
this is my life for the next 2 hours?
Are you ready to go out to absolutely disappoint yourself? And also, by
Oh
the way,
boy. Mm.
I won't let you live this down, hun. a minor illusion what he looks like, and now I have it saved.
One of these days, when our contract is over, I will kill you, and I will delight in it. He says he begins to, like, walk off.
I mean,
Obviously joking.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Yeah, with a disguise kit, you have to work with the physical, so that's the only
True.
thing you could think of. There's that or a satyr, but...
Alright, come on, cowboy. Let's get going.
Oh, please don't call me cowboy like that. Oh, I hate it here. He says as he gets dragged off by you two.
Yeah, and we shall head off into the seedy streets that I understand, because I know the back alleys of streets as an urchin.
Yeah, so you're going for like the more seedier part. That's fine. Yeah, sure. Make me an investigation check at advantage, please.
I'm actually proficient with these, so... Ooh.
I'll give inspiration.
No, bardic inspiration? Okay,
Ooh,
sweet. That's a
okay.
D6, yeah.
At this
D6.
level, I think, yeah.
That's
Ooh. Well,
I got advantage. And I got a
Okay,
D6.
That's better.
Yes.
Ooh.
21!
Nice!
That is
Oh,
that
shit.
is a good success. 21 total.
Yeah, you're able to find some more like seedier parts. And look, specifically because of how you look, being like a halfling, like a more disheveled, homeless, older halfling. You find like a group of displaced folk huddled over what looks to be a dumpster fire. And they kind of like usher you in.
This looks like the place, Mum. Let's move in here.
Fucking hell.
Oh god, I need to switch accents.
Does it still have that? Does it still have that high pitch to it of being a kid?
Well, no, he's purposely making like a deep voice, like a kid who does a deep voice, right?
Yeah, so it's got that deep voice kidness.
Yeah, it's like
Alright, if you're sure this is the place, we can head over.
I'm
Now,
sure
come
this
over.
is the place, Mum.
He has a lower accent. I have he has a lower voice. I have a different accent. We're doing this.
As you two approach, one of the older folk there goes, "You and your missus, come on over here. The fire's quite warm this evening."
Yes, me and the old lady are just here for work.
Old lady, you look like you're standing next to a prostitute, kinda.
Come here, sonny boy, he says to the cat at the Minotaur.
Oh, is that me? Am I? Oh God! He says he begins to. Yes, father, I'm on my way. He says as he begins to make his way over.
Such a good boy, raised him from a calf.
One of the ladies that's currently there at the fire is looking at this and goes, "Oh, all of you, you're just such a lovely family unit, aren't you? Oh, what a progressive looking family we have here."
Neon will pet Silas.
Wait, did you say she's petting Silas?
like how you would ruffle the hair of your son.
You feel him tense up from his shoulders to his lower back, but you know that he's trying to not blow his cover, so he's he's hating it, but he's leaning into it begrudgingly to kind of sell it. And then he leans in a little bit closer to you, Neon, and goes, "I will kill you."
I will kiss him on the top of his forehead. I love you too. I love you too, son. Thank you very much.
His shoulders just slump. As the one of the older gentlemen comes closer to you, Lux, and says, "Is there anything that we could do for you?
Oh,
We
shit.
got a little bit of food left in the reserves."
Oh, you know what? I'll help you out. I'll make us some stone soup. Do you know that gang, actually, Josh?
No,
You don't know stone
I
soup?
do not. I do not.
So the
No.
gang of stone soup, it's an actual old wise tale where the guy says he can make a soup out of stone. So he puts a stone in a pot and starts boiling the water. And then he's like, you know what, this is good, but you know what it needs? And he just starts adding stuff to it to make a real soup.
Oh.
Like you would like add flavor to his soup. It's like it needs some
Oh.
veggies and carrots. It needs some seasoning, and eventually they're like, wow, soup from a stone. Never would have guessed it. Right? But
While people are distracted with the stone soup, can I start trying to like probe people for some information when it comes to like
sure. What all do you ask?
mainly ask about like the merchant prince and stuff. I've been like, hey, like we went to this like one area, we thought it was interesting. Who was the guy at the top? He seemed pretty important.
Oh, Zhufang. He's the trade prince. He's the head honcho around these parts. He'll like the guy will like think of like something to say for a moment, but then kind of nod and say, honestly, he comes by around, not too often. He tries to help out where he can. Tries to make sure that we're all looked after. Said he reminds us of some of his clansfolk back home, wherever that is. I heard it was like Vistana, maybe. I think it was. I'm not sure. But he seems like the fairly honest sort, at least for a trade prince. Oh well, I mean, to us though. I heard he's a bit of a bastard to the other trade princes, though.
I so badly want to try to flirt with him to see if he'll give me more information, but I feel kind of weird if I do that.
No, you can if you want.
I mean, I brought you along for your charisma check, Aries. This is the exact moment you need for your out of sight box. This is why you're here for.
Okay. But I'm looking for more interesting information. Someone to make me feel interested. Just like kind of leans over close to him a little bit more.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. For persuasion.
Ooh. Okay. 19. You see that the guy that you were talking to, his face like reddens a bit. He kind of like clears his throat. Oh, interesting. Oh shit. Okay, so he kind of like leans in a little bit. Now you didn't hear this from not from me. He, on the official record, they say that his powers are like arcane in nature. But just between you and I've never seen that kind of magic been used by no arcane man before. It's there's an almost like a weird captivating aura to his magic, you know what I mean? Like he has the magic that kind of like draws you in, so to speak. I've heard that he's used magic to charm his fellow trade partners before. And I've also heard that his magic can get quite dark too. Playing with like a foreign outside entities, so to speak, I guess. I don't know much else besides that.
I'll give a look to Lux to see if this man's telling the truth, because I don't have a high insight.
Yeah, decent one. I'll take an insight on him.
Sure. He's obviously like trying to like play it up like a little bit because he was so, flustered from Neon's performance. But he is speaking truth. From what you can tell, it doesn't seem like he's not being forthcoming or if he's hiding any information. It seems like what he's saying to the best of his ability is true.
So Lux will give her a knowing nod to indicate he's speaking the truth, and then he just turns, and then what you do here is what your soup needs is more potatoes. And he just pulls a potato out of his pants as he always does, and drops it in the pot.
Neon, do you go around to anyone else?
Yeah, probably a few more of the guys being like, oh, like, I'm trying to find something interesting, something fun to do, and I'm having such a hard time. And I'm like, I went to this one place, but I need some more information about it because, like, this guy, he piqued my interest, but, like, I need to know, like, you know, more about him, of course, and other stuff like that. Because, like, you know, like, I have my husband and stuff like that, but I'm looking for something a bit more exciting.
We're swingers. He is an urchin. He knows prostitution. He was friends with a lot.
And like maybe if you give me some good information, I might give you a smooch on the cheek. Wink.
Roll me another persuasion. I want you to know, by the way, Neon, that Silas is looking at you with, like, wide, like, 1,000-yard stare.
He is returning the stare, and she's
No,
kind
Sonny,
of
your
scared.
mom's business is her business, not yours.
I just wish I
21.
wasn't around to hear it, Father. 21. Oh, God. Okay.
I'm putting up the wrist.
You see that a lot of men begin to, like, swarm you a bit, like, trying to give you information, and it's like, it's a mixed bag. There's a lot of stuff that's just, like, straight up bullshit because, you know, they heard mention of swinging and are, you know, trying to get in on the ground floor, let's say. There's other information that is valid, but there's one voice that kind of, like, cuts out amongst the rest, and it's an older woman, who's kind of, like, not swarming you. She's kind of, like, off to the side, and says, "Oh, Shufang. Oh, he's an utter rat bastard of a man. Hate him. Hate his guts." She says, she kind of, like, spits like a wad of phlegm onto the ground.
Any reason why, if you don't mind me asking?
Sorry, what was, turn this music down slightly. Okay, say that again?
Any reason why?
Oh, he's cost my husband and I our business. We were running a wonderful boutique. And everything was going wonderfully until he and his cohorts just came through and bullied us out.
Why do you think he did that? What a cruel thing of a man to do.
Let me see some. Oh, because he hates the other trade princes, and me and my husband were affiliated with the third trade prince. You know him, Golfrey. Golfrey always did right by us, but he and his rivalry with Shufang have bled over this corner of space. Made it unsafe for us to stay in our boutique.
Is there, like, can I tell, like, she's, like, I have a feeling she's revealing the truth, but I'm wondering if she's, like, overselling it, like, her hatred a little bit, or is this, like, justified?
Give me an insight check.
Alright.
I'll slap one on.
18.
Oh, there you got it. Never mind.
Yeah.
I mean, you only got one less than me.
Yeah, I forgot. I have Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
With an 18, yes, there is some areas of this woman's story that she definitely is embellishing to make herself look better. You can tell that by the way she's, like, shifting her stance now that the attention's been brought onto her and that the questions are now being, like, brought down onto her, that is causing her to, like, maybe shift a little uncomfortably here and there, or maybe causing her inflections on certain words to like shift and add different meaning. Basically, what you're gleaning from this is that although obviously due to her position now, something probably definitely did cause them to be ousted from their situation. You can probably kind of glean and put two and two together that it might not have been directly because of Zhu Fang, and more of just like an unfortunate consequence of what happened between the conflict of two princes.
But being around here for a little bit and talking to the locals, does it look like Zhu Fang is actually trying to assist the population here?
So this is the only like slum district that you've seen thus far, and it's fairly small. According to Lux. Lux, this is a very like in terms of like it actually took you a little bit of a while to find a place that is like this rundown. Most of the areas are like I would say like lower to middle class housing. This is the only area that actually has like destitute people, or rather those without homes, let's say. In terms of like you maybe saw like one or two other like squatting havens, but
I think I have a. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I'll just add this and then I'll be done. And in terms of like the architecture, there's nothing that's around that's like from what you've seen that's like actively hostile towards the homeless. Like no like spikes on like resting ways, or locked off areas,
No
or
press gangs running around.
exactly. Yeah, stuff like that.
So
Nothing that from what you've seen.
I've seen the slums in my home. Those are bad. Those are really bad.
Yeah,
Some-
those are really bad.
So when it comes to here in this place, I can see that there are clearly infrastructure here that's trying to help the homeless and helping these people, and I assume it's from Yufeng.
Yes. You can see that there's like that everyone here is fed. There is like a little supply area that has volunteers. From what you've seen thus far that are coming and going in and out. These people, although currently homeless, are still at least at the very least taken care of to some extent.
In other words, Lux is looking at these people thinking, lucky bastards.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does it look like Lux is done, or like is
Oh
he
yeah.
good?
Like we're
Is
good
he
when
done
you
making
are.
soup from a stone?
Yeah.
I have a really funny thing to say now. So, Honey Bun looking over to Lux, and Caldeir looks over to Silas. Are we ready to get back? I believe I'm kind of getting bored here a little bit.
Oh yeah, we have that party to get to.
When will you come back for the swinging?
12:30, and then we leave.
Does anybody have a watch?
I will. Walking away, I will blow a kiss and a wink to that guy.
Oh, I'll be here waiting.
I
Whatever
do a-
12:30 is.
I do like a little hand wave, and then just like the second we're out of eyesight from anyone, and we're like back on the ship, immediately like stops concentration and just immediately dry heaves over the ship, just clutching on it so
You
tightly.
watch as soon as you do that, Silas runs to the nearest water trough and just slam dunks his head inside of it, including like the topmost portion of his body, and then like does like one of those like glorious like what's the fucking hair company name? I can't remember off the top. Neutrogena commercials where he like flips his hair out and just kind of like, and then he immediately just like washes all the makeup and stuff off of his face and goes, "I am never doing that again."
Oh come on, Gov, that was a lot of fun.
I would rather not pretend to be the child of a debaucherous swinging couple again.
For all Lux knows, that is his parents.
gonna be honest. I felt. Oh,
You did
Oh.
really good though. You got lots of good information, Mom. You're a neck. You're quite a neck at this.
I hate that I'm good at this. Silas, slap me. Just get me out of this funk.
You see that he takes his hands and he like crosses his fingers and like cracks his knuckles together and goes, "All right, you asked for it," and then just whack. You take 1 point.
You know what? I'm just gonna say what's funny is Lux keeps walking and then he will go to the fucking like workout area where fucking where Atlas and Talshar, and he's just gonna still be in his halfling disguise. He goes, "Hi," and he keeps walking past them.
Atlas, did we bring aboard a halfling that looked like that one?
No. Not that
I
I'm
s-
aware of.
I assume that Neon and Silas will be just throwing up somewhere, just absolutely hating themselves.
Yep, just
Oh, I gave you what you wanted.
a couple that
Thank
dry
you.
heaves together stays
I-
together, you know.
They're not a couple. They're best friends.
Right? Yeah, the roommates.
Actually, it's gonna be funnier when he walks past the workout room. He'll then go to Zeffy's room to see what she's up to. Still as a halfling, and just walk in.
I guess. Wait, technically, she's.
She's blind,
Is his
so it
aura
doesn't
still the
affect.
same?
Yeah, he'd
Yeah,
still
I
be the
was gonna
same
say.
person. Like it doesn't affect her any.
Ah,
But anybody who
Hello,
walks
bud.
by will be really confused.
how are you?
Oh, we're doing great, Miss Zeffy. We got a bunch of good info.
You're she like gestures to like just below her chin. You have something here, I think.
Oh, you mean me whiskers?
I do not believe you had this before.
Oh no, I'm in a disguise, Mum.
Oh. Interesting. You look mostly the same.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, Mum, but aren't you blind?
To me, you look mostly the same. I notice only one difference, and she says, like touching her chin again.
Yeah, I realized the no Dominion thing, but I wasn't gonna make. I mean, to be fair, could we say retroactively while Lux was doing the soup, he would have asked for Dominion info since I didn't say anything
that's
that
fine
whole
because
time?
you were just making soup the whole time.
Yeah, I would-
make me a persuasion check real quick.
Yay, I'm so good at
I'll
these.
I'll give you like cliff notes. Oh well,
Nothing.
Nothing. Everybody was too fascinated by stone soup.
I'll say that like whenever you're like making the soup and you bring up the Dominion, it just goes quiet and there's like shifting glances like back and forth, but no one really gives you a straight answer.
That straight up tells me plenty, actually. When people don't want to talk about something, that's because that something's not a good thing.
You. Nah, actually, no. I'll just leave it at that.
Fair enough. Lex would state though he got no info on the Dominion, but
Well, you said if you said you trust me, no? And I trust my abilities. So I do think that this is a good endeavor for us, based on what I've heard.
do you want me to let like Mr. Atlas and everything ready just in case something happens?
Of course.
Okay, he just zooms past and he goes up to Atlas still as his halfling and tugs on his shirt.
Atlas looks at this halfling. Need something?
Ah, Zeffy wants to see us, Gov, and he runs out.
He looks over at Talsh. It's always somebody different. I guess we'll have to abstain from our duel for now.
What did I miss?
Yeah. Yeah, Kate.
Oh, So when you guys were
You got it.
training, I walked in dressed up as the halfling still, and you guys couldn't tell the difference since it was a 20 disguise.
Yeah, I'm going to Zevi's room now because I was summoned.
I suppose I would follow. I have nothing better to do.
Atlas knocks on the door.
Oh, come in. It's open. I just wanted to have you all together. Recently, is right next door, I think, so that we could go talk to Neon and find out what she can eat.
Ah, very well.
But I mean, I know where I stand. So,
Which is?
I mean, I told you that I pushed myself to hear about our endeavors and what they said, and I don't often push myself for fun, so
Right, well, I mean, you could have changed your opinion between then and now, so I'm just reconfirming.
I have never not listened to what I've been told to do by the funny little voices in my head.
A lot to unpack there.
Mm, perhaps a specialist will unpack that.
I will go fetch Racelia.
Oh, no, she's right there. Racelia,
Racelia.
you can scream. What, she's my neighbor.
Yeah, she'd be in her room. Do you just call her out?
Racelia!
She takes a moment and eventually emerges from her room.
We are going to see Neon to find out what they gleaned while perusing the streets. I know my opinion, and everyone else seems to be on the fence because none of you trust me, but that is fine. I am not hurt or wounded by this.
It's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust him.
I didn't ask you to trust him. I asked you to trust me. And she tilts her head up slightly, like as if she's like pouting a little bit, and she crosses her arms.
I trust Zevi. I think I could trust him too.
I've not said one way or the other. I just want all the information before I make a decision.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing, right? I also want that.
You will learn in time to have faith in me. I've never made a bad choice in my life.
Make a.
I will hold judgment on that.
Where's Neon?
Neither have I.
In her room, I imagine. Let's go.
I will not be holding judgment on that one, Lux. I know you have.
Racelia, can I take your hand so that I may not stub my toe?
Yeah, sure.
We will.
And we'll go find Neon, who's still, I'm assuming, dry heaving.
I assume her and Silas are arguing at this point, being like, you should listen to me, but you're an asshole, but you should listen to me.
Knock, knock.
I cross my arms like
Knock,
with
knock.
Silas.
Lex
Silas
just
opens
walks
the
in.
door.
Just like walk.
Yellow?
What'd you learn?
What? About the that one merchant prince guy. Oh, everyone's just here. Hey guys, I don't know if we have enough room. Silas, make enough room for them.
He jumps back onto the bed.
I jump up on the table and just like do that little kid thing where they kick their feet.
Oh.
That's a
Did they
dresser.
vomit in the room?
No.
Or was it just
No.
dry heaving?
Dry heaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you both okay? You look haggard as shit.
I
We-
had to put on a disguise that I would rather not talk about.
I had to do things in a disguised self that I'd rather not say out loud again.
Is Evie gonna step in?
grabbed.
I am
Zebby's
very
hand.
sensitive to smells, and I am not convinced that they do not have sex in here, so I will stay right here.
Lux takes a sniff. Does he smell sex?
No, he does not smell sex.
I think it's all clear.
Tosh, you may go in.
No, I do not have much of an opinion on this whole situation.
Well, what did you learn?
I will explain what I learned in character. And give the brief rundown of like, yeah, the guy's not that bad. He seems to like care a little bit, though his magic seems to be kind of wonky, charmy like. So careful of that. Maybe warlock? Question mark? Question mark?
Lux would also point out the fact that this place is one of the like least slummiest places he's ever seen.
Oh yeah, her home is almost exactly like this one, but she's seen tons more slums. So this guy's actually not that bad.
I do not think we should judge someone for their type of magic, because if we did that, then I would have no friends.
I mean, I never said that I'm judging for his type of magic. I'm just saying that, like, I know I can be quite charming, and I know I can do a few things that are, you know, not legal. So I'm like, I'd still be wary about myself if I was some stranger.
You see,
I mean,
taking
Sure,
care of
I
one's own people should be an easy thing to do.
I,
The right thing to do.
Indeed.
You'd be shocked how hard that is for some people.
That's why I said should.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that he does it kind of proves a bit that can't be all bad, right?
Also, he gave me 2 platinum.
We gave you
I mean-
20 gold.
dictators could give you 2 platinum.
You guys have gold?
I got this nifty watch. Lux pulls out the watch again.
Damn, why didn't you have me cause a distraction for that? We could have got more.
Perhaps that is not the best thing to bring up now.
At this
I
point, I
told
have a
him-
feeling Neon and Lux are just gonna go on a crime spree in the next town.
Like we're literally green tech's bard rogue duos.
I know.
Alright.
So are we all just
So-
gonna have our meetings in my room, or how is this gonna go?
You
Well,
got
what-
the information, so we came to you.
Also, I tried to get some information on the big corp place, but yeah, nobody wanted to talk about it.
Dominion?
The Dominion? Yeah, they didn't want to talk about it. Like they were kind of like scared. It seemed.
More telling than I think anything else you have gathered.
Yeah, they're celestials. They're assholes. That's just a given.
To be quite honest, they did give us escort.
We have gathered information. Yes. Do you all feel like you have made a decision, or must I push myself to try and find additional info?
I
I
have
mean-
made up my mind.
I don't mind Princey. I'm just saying though, like, I'd like to be paid more though.
Do we vote on this?
I feel like with the captain here, we probably will.
Speaking of, at this point, seeing all of you huddled towards
Hold up. I find it interesting that he's worried about the Sovereign Dominion, right?
mm-hmm.
But the Sovereign Dominion are the peacekeepers of this region of space. So what's the deal with this station?
Is that just a question to the party?
That's a question to you, just outside of character, because
That is an interesting query. that might
Because
be something that you would
on
have to bring up with.
one hand, the Dominion tells us not to trust the trade guys, and now these guys are like, don't trust the Dominion. And I know everybody thinks the Dominion are assholes, but at the same time, if they're bringing law and order to the place and keeping it peaceful, that's not entirely a terrible thing in of itself. But I don't know. There's just not enough information on that.
Yeah.
Atlas is willing to amuse the offer, but he's gonna want to add a
Caveat.
caveat that we can break it if we need to.
I mean, I think that was just always an assumption.
Yeah, he did say that we could back out at any time during the conversation.
I don't think we're like making a demonic blood pact here or something, right? So I want to be given more money.
It's politics. It's a demonic blood pact.
Atlas, if you are still unsure, perhaps I can glean an answer to a question if you still have one.
Zevi,
Zevi,
darling.
I appreciate the offer, but the problem is there's more than one question that I have.
Then think of a really good one.
Allow me to illuminate some of my past for all of you. My home planet Minidos. We went through the Severance. And as such, I spent over 100 years knowing nothing but warfare. It's very hard for me to trust, especially big entities. And the reason why our home planet even went through the Severance was because of one of the kingdoms from Vinrathos.
Which kingdom?
Josh, I forgot the name of it again. I know it starts with an M.
Morcard.
Markard?
Morcard.
Morkard. Kingdom of Morkard. As I understand it, they're not very well liked on their own planet, but still.
You see that as you mentioned Morcard, Dane kind of like shudders a little bit. Being a Suthalan native, or Morcanan cousins are very much despised. But just being despised isn't enough to, absolve them of what they did. And what they've done is terrible, not only to the people of Minatos, but also to the people of their own people too. Just goes to show the dangers of psionics when used by the wrong people.
Also, this does bring up an interesting point. Consider a moment. The Admiral. A terrorist. Frames. Said terrorist. As far as the Dominion goes. Do we know if he's not an agent of this trade union?
Is that a question you would like to ask?
I mean, if he was part of the trade union, would they have mentioned it to us?
No, they won't.
Why not?
Plausible deniability.
No, I meant like the big giant angel people.
Plausible deniability means that if the trade individuals do not openly claim him and his actions, but fund him in secret, that's not information that the Dominion would be privy to, right?
Captain, where do you lean?
Wait.
Actually, we'll have Over Celia, go first, and then I'll do Dane after that.
What do you know about psionic?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Yeah. So, the little I know of psionics comes from, well, our checkered history with Morcard. So, to give a little bit of background, I don't know how much you know about the Morcanan Empire. They were originally Sirthalans. We had a nasty civil war hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Due to a question of ethics, really. We Sirthalan High Elves believed in opening our borders and making peace with the other mortal races. And the Morcanans believed themselves and their draconic lineage to be, well, superior to, well, the other races. They forsook their ancient bloodlines and instead embraced the blood of dragons. And through this gift, we're able to develop, through the first amethyst dragons, we're able to develop psionic abilities. Look, I know that, well, actually, wait, has Resilia revealed much about that? I don't think so, right?
If her dad talked to Dane about it,
Mm,
she
maybe a
probably
little.
would not. She
Mm.
probably would not have told him anything about it.
Your
I don't
father
think
let me
she.
know, at least a little bit, so, look, anything I say about psionics is only rooted in what I know about the Morcanans. It has nothing to do with anyone else's situation. Like I said, I can't comment. All I can comment on is what I've seen. And all I know is that the Morcanan High Elves have twisted and used psionics to suit their purposes and keep their people in line and under control for hundreds upon hundreds of years, and it's only just now starting to break. Thanks to the actions of Horizon's Hold and everything in regards to that about 30 some odd years ago, I'd say. Finally, we're starting to get to a spot where Markard is starting to be punished for what they did, what they were doing. But all I know is that psionics can be a great tool, can be a great, it can be a great power and responsibility to have to help glean information about what goes on to the subconscious, but sometimes people keep stuff hidden for a reason. And Morkard like to use their gifts for psionics definitely in a more negative aspects. The Amethyst Dragons taught them how to forcibly rip information.
But isn't that like fucking anything though? Magic is the same thing. Technology is the same thing. It doesn't matter the power, it's just how people use it.
True. It's just when you have a whole industry, a militant faction that is completely designed around the concept of taking dissenters away from their homes, wiping the minds of their families, and then re-educating them to suit their own desires and purposes, and feed out their own propaganda to their own citizens that I can't stand. And yes, maybe this power can be used by magic and by other sorts. It's just, with psionics, all that can happen and there can be just no evidence that it was even done in the first place.
Sorry, just caught my attention.
No, of course.
Should we just put up to a vote, I guess?
Sounds right to me.
I guess everyone in favor of taking on this, I guess, sponsorship raise their hand. And I guess everyone else who doesn't want to will abstain.
Sevi raises her hand.
Taos
I have
raises
li-
his hand.
I've
Lux
lived
raises his
many.
hand.
Silas raises his hand. And after a moment or two, after looking around the room, Dane raises his hand.
I've lived many years letting voices guide me. And when they say I should pursue something, it is almost always advantageous for me and those around. I've learned to listen over the years.
Ray looks at Atlas. Sorry, go ahead, Neon.
Oh, you can keep going.
It's now
Atlas,
I'm here. Were you gonna say more? I was waiting.
I was gonna
No.
say something to you.
Oh, Alice mulls it over a moment. All right, well, I suppose it's better to be out here with an ally than not, at the very least. I've had stranger bedfellows, I suppose. And if we're able to get out of it at any point in time, that gives me some peace of mind about it. But if I find any trace of Morcard or this admiral to these people, I'm going to remove us from that. I don't expect it, but I just want to make it clear for everybody here that I will not support it then. But for now, I'm okay with it.
Well, I guess I'm in.
What about you,
I
Neon?
don't like.
Oh.
I don't like him, but we'll see.
Dane kind of like takes his thumb and like kind of raises the brim of his hat a little bit and says, all I know is that we don't really have much allies. Right now, I mean, the only two factions we even know currently are this Trade Federation and the Dominion. And even though we don't know all too much about either yet, I will say that only one of them has kind of offered their hand so far, and so I'm willing to at least see where it goes. And like Atlas said, if they have any ties to this admiral, I would rather not be associated as well, if only because I feel like that would draw a lot more unnecessary attention onto us. We already have a tough enough trip as it is trying to get to the center. I would like to try to make it as smooth of a trip as at all possible for us, and I think being allies with a known terrorist is going to make that very, very difficult.
Indeed.
Especially if my assumption is to be correct and the Dominion has more control over the center than the Rim.
Is that so?
That's an assumption. I don't know for certain.
Guess we'll find out. All the more reason not to get on the Dominion's bad side.
Exactly. In any case, the only thing that really pushed me more towards it is that even though the Dominion did say to be careful around the Dominion, they didn't say that they were actively hostile. And I also saw plenty of Dominion troops here aboard the station, you know, keeping the peace and all, and they didn't seem to be at odds with the Free Company soldiers that I had seen gathered about, so
What about
it
the
must be at
civilians?
least on. In terms of civilians, I saw groups of handfuls of them talking to the Dominion. Others seemed a bit skittish around them, but I don't know. That could just be because the Celestials larger than
Perhaps
life,
there
you know
was,
what I mean?
perhaps there was a skirmish or a war that's recent between them that's been settled?
Perhaps. Who knows? We can ask more about that either tonight or tomorrow.
Either way, I think we're all in agreement.
Sounds
Uh,
like it.
The funniest thing is that Neon hasn't said or raised her hand or anything at
Yeah,
all.
I that Lux asked if what Neon thought of this, but then I got interrupted.
Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Psionics and all this kind of extraplanar kind of stuff is not anywhere near my wheelhouse of understanding. This is. I left my area, my plane, to get out of, Dodge and to have to deal with kind of bureaucracy kind of shit. And, this sounds like it's just getting worse. And I have no basis to go off of because we didn't have to deal with psionics where we come from because everything's based off of law itself.
I mean, according to Miss Michelle, it just sounds like powers are powers. Don't really matter if it's magic or science or psionics or whatever, right? So
A tool is a tool. It depends on the user.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm willing to see what happens. That's not a problem. It's just that this is getting awfully complicated early on, isn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it too much. With the psionics, that was somewhat out of left field, I feel.
Yeah, that's why I was taken aback a bit by why everyone's connected to psionics in some way or another. Besides me. And I assume maybe Luck.
Were psionics a thing on Minidos?
Yes, but not by your folk. They were kind of used against you by the Illithids.
Classic.
My magic is, despite appearance, not as connected to psionics as you would think.
I'm
My
just
only
saying,
experience with psionics is it being used against me. I
I'm
still
just,
have nightmares about the headaches.
I never had to experience any of that stuff because the most I had to worry about was a rogue machine trying to kill me. Or possibly an accident in factories and other stuff like that. But, that's just the usual. But, yeah. I'll try to understand why there's so many mind flayers doing bad shit, but I'll see.
Not
I'll
all
see
mind
how-
flayers.
I'm not.
Hashtag not all mind flayers.
Celia just seems every time Sonic's stuff is mentioned, she just kind of looks down, away.
I'm gonna insight Ray.
I rolled a 0, so
I think even with a nat 1, you probably pick it up. As long as you're positive.
I can't
Yeah,
see Ray from where
I
I'm
have a
standing.
+6, so.
Mm-hmm.
She definitely seems to have, from what she's been inquiring and stuff like that, she definitely knows about psionics. Very familiar to her.
Lux has no idea what psionics are. To him, it's just more magic mumbo jumbo.
Silas takes his fingers and interlocks them as he places them behind, as he folds his arms behind his head and crosses his legs on the bed and says, my only dog in this race really is that if we're gonna be picking sides, flitting and choosing, I think I trust the fancy man with the big coffers myself personally.
Well, Cliff, it reminds you of yourself.
A little bit, yeah.
It just feels so early to be picking sides. We don't know much
I mean,
about
like we were saying though, we're not really picking sides. We're just seeing it go along with at the moment.
Right. We can just milk him for his money a little bit, and then once we get what we need, we get out of Dodge,
We're
Bigger
not
guns.
We're not picking a side. We're simply taking a hand to his offer.
It's not like they asked us to kill anybody.
Dane
Yeah.
kind of picks up a little bit and says, Besides, I don't even know if this trade federation is much of a faction, he says it with like finger quotations, as it's led to believe these trade princes are at each other's throats. They're probably more worried about fighting amongst themselves than they are about fighting off the Dominion. I think, well, just from my passive understanding, could be that this Xu Fong is just interested in what's going on, maybe.
Are we sure that one of these trade princes haven't bought out the Dominion in some way? Maybe that's why he's concerned about them.
Now that's a possibility I hadn't considered. Not sure.
I'm gonna fucking shoot something.
I mean, it's not like he asked us much to spy. Just give us the information we hear, right? So, what's the harm?
I don't see any.
I vote we selectively not hear anything.
But I
Unless
hear a
it's
lot.
a danger to people.
Silas takes his hands and he covers his own ears.
Nia will put on her headphones.
I'm in agreement with that, Atlas. Sure. Let's seal the deal.
Indeed.
I think I've had enough dumb shit bureaucracy for one day.
Thumbs up.
It will be whatever you roam.
Well, if anybody's interested in speaking with me, I will be somewhere on this ship.
Yeah, Ray, never come to my home. You will fucking hate it. It is nothing but bureaucracy and law shit.
Cool. Never going there.
Hey, wonderful.
But I heard the technology is really cool, Mechanus. He says, Dane says,
Yeah. Maybe.
maybe. Hey, Carl, could you pour me up something nice? Of course, of course. She says she, like, begins making him a mixed drink.
I'm gonna sit over here at the bar, pull out one of the stones. Citric, can you report to the bar?
On my way, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, that brings up a
Still,
good point.
still working on the tokens, by the way, but I will, we'll get that done at some point soon.
Yeah, I know, or you can post the art for them to see it if you want, but...
Peru, yes, can do that. You said you're summoning Cyric, or?
Citric.
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 One moment while I...
Lex will sit next to Atlas and just start eating pies.
Oh.
Lux and his pies.
He's a growing boy.
Fair enough. Are they shepherd's pies?
He'll eat whatever pie he's given. They might be meat pies, shepherd's pies,
Chicken pot pies?
chicken pot pie, yeah.
Yeah, technically a shepherd's pie is only a shepherd's pie if it's made with lamb. If it's made with fucking minced like beef, it's a cottage pie.
Fair enough. Still better than the Canadian pie, which is just ground beef and mashed potatoes with no gravy. I found that out, and I'm like, my god.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, right? Just ugh.
Gross. Canadians don't know how to cook.
Yeah, I know.
That's very unfortunate.
I had a kid who freaking like hated shepherd's pie because that's what his mom made him. Then I made him a real shepherd's pie, and it became his favorite dish.
Why is there a hot elf boy in NPC art?
That is Citric.
Where's
I've-
Corporal Citric?
Where did we meet him? I'm blanking out on who he is.
Oh no, he hasn't been introduced yet. So, sorry. There is another group of NPCs that came aboard with Atlas that I haven't introduced yet. I haven't done token art for them yet. We'll be doing that for next week. This week just got a little out of hand for me. But
Lacking.
lacking.
That's fair.
He worked overtime. Leave him alone.
I'm just giving them crap. It's fine.
He's just
It's
teasing. I know,
not
I
fine. Be nice to Josh.
know. Yeah.
I'm gonna beat him up.
Suffer,
I'm gonna
Josh.
fucking throw him over the fucking railing.
I'm gonna be
Joey,
I never-
I will literally
I never
kill
claimed
you.
to be a nice guy.
I'm gonna fucking punch his teeth in. Sorry. Anyway, Carlotta goes into oh, since Citric is there, I guess there would be 4 drinks now. She gets everybody a pint of beer except Lux, who has a pint of milk.
He just laps it up.
Nice.
Citric,
Yes, sir.
any news from the brass?
Brass has been surprisingly quiet today, sir. Although they, he says while smiling, they did send their well wishes upon hearing that we made it to shit, name's escaping me. Mistora.
How's the connection?
Solid, stable.
Quick?
Surprisingly so. Especially since well, I took the liberty of going out while we made dock here and asked about their communication systems. Did you know they had something called a quantum entanglement relay?
Those are
Instant
words I've
transmissions.
not heard in a very long time.
Oh man, it reminds me of the it reminds me of the days working back in R&D. We're so close to perfecting the technology, and here we are out in the depths of space, and these random trade federation types have already seemed to have gotten it all figured out.
Did you purchase one?
3 actually. Just for every layer of the ship. Just in case. Can't be too careful.
How much did that run us?
Nothing to worry yourself with, sir. We took it out of, dear old Captain's coffers, after all. He says, well, raising a stein and winking at him, to which Dane just kind of and shakes his head and says, you lots will be the death of my money, or the death of my wallet yet. He says he takes, a huge swig of his stein.
Oh, you knew the deal.
I sure did. Besides, it's not like I'm gonna need much gold where I'm going anyway, he says with a smile.
Indeed. Citric, I have a request for you. I need
sir.
you to put an information request in with the brass to find out if they can garner any information on this Dominion and Trade Federation.
Dominion and Trade Federation. He says he kind of begins jotting it down onto a notepad. I'll see if the forward recon divisions have been able to scout out anything. I'll get you information by the morn.
Sounds good.
Excellent. All right, sir. Well, I'll leave you to your drinking. I should try to keep myself at least slightly sober, at least for the time being.
Fair enough. Thank you. You're dismissed.
Thank you, sir. He does the formal Minadan salute and begins to make his way out.
Atlas takes a drink of whatever he was given.
It seems to be a very dark stout. Very rich, very bitter, but nice. Not bad.
You know, I saw these strange blue drinks in there in the bar. Take a look.
Blue drinks, huh? Were they
Yes.
was it a thin drink, a thick drink? What are we talking here?
Thin, they look see-through.
Mm.
I'm sure it was some form of alcohol.
I'll have to ask Zhu Fong when we get back what they were drinking.
Indeed.
In the meantime, is there anything else that anyone would like to do before we take a long rest?
Can Neon try to play the piano that's in here?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't think
Uh,
Neon's touched a piano in a very, very long time. Except when
Um,
she, of course, used to live with her father.
Like
Let's-
Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Let's
Chopsticks.
have you do a performance check and see how much you retain from your piano lessons from a long time ago.
I assume it was her third instrument to her adoptive father, and I assume she's not that good at it because she never really liked it. But it reminds her of home a little bit.
11. It's passable. It's like it's not like anything like Mozartian level, but it is very passable and very pleasing to the ear. You see that like while you're playing. Are you playing like a faster tune or a slower tune?
Probably something that she knows her father would like. Something a bit more somber that has a very clear kind of tone to it.
While you're in there, Dawson has been taking his evening off in the room, and in one of the reclining chairs, you see him like in the like nose deep in a book. His hand is currently covering the title of it, but as you're playing, he begins to he looks over as you begin to play, and then kind of like nods to himself, and then as the song continues, playing this like very drawn out but somber tone, you eventually, like as your playing progresses, you begin to hear a very, very soft rhythmic
You see, you fell asleep.
and you see that his hat is like tilted over his eyes, and his book is open but currently like resting on his chest as he's like passed out on the recliner.
I'm gonna snoop. What kind of book was he reading?
Ooh,
What is he reading?
make me a perception check. Yeah, sure.
If I just like look at it, like I can see it, right?
Actually, no. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, his hand is covering like the title of it though. So are you gonna like try to like just like gently move his hand off of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sleight
Oh,
of
I have a fun
hand?
one for this. Yeah, I was gonna say sleight of hand. Yeah.
Sleight of hand. Can I have like a minor illusion so it's still like so the song's still playing, so like it might distract him, so like he won't be able to like feel it because like the song's still playing.
Okay.
All right, let's see what I can do with sleight of hand.
Oh,
You're good.
20. Okay.
Is it like
okay.
the lusty? Isn't it like the lusty draconian maid or something?
No, it is not the lusty draconian maid. However, the title of the book is is called Sleepless and Sultry.
It's open to a page, right?
It is, yes.
How sultry is it?
So as you like I'll wrap this in with your sleight of hand check. You kind of like take the book after like taking his hand off of it and like raise it a bit. And it's enough to make your face like go like strawberry red from the vivid, very, very vivid descriptions.
Oh dear.
The scene was currently in the midst of two reconnected lovers after a few months apart.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like Dawson.
And it quickly devolved then into something that quickly made Neon like lower the book back down.
I'm gonna. Is there like a sheet of paper or like something like anywhere laying around in this area?
Yeah. There's not only like, are there playing cards, there's like little notebooks, little ledgers that are about that have like loose leaves of paper. There's also like the backs of like the music sheets that are also here, on the piano.
Mm-hmm. I will grab a pen and paper and quickly write something down and just put it in his book, right where the page is.
Mm-hmm.
I will put nice taste, winky face, love Neon, and then just leave.
Mm-hmm.
Just pretty much be like, I knew what you were reading. I saw it. I now know. Now you have to live that I know what you.
Sounds good.
Just some. It's not really blackmail. Just like he might get uncomfortable whenever I'm near. and then I'll go back to my room with Silas and not tell him a single word, but definitely she is smirking. She did something very, very fun, and she's not telling him a single thing about it.
Alrighty. Okay. Is that it for you, Neon?
Yep.
Okay. Then.
Chalice would try to find Lux.
He's
try to find
eating
Lux.
pies at the bar.
Ah! I'd have probably poked my head over and saw you were there and decided no, and headed back to my room.
What, really?
No.
No.
Other people are at the bar, I'm assuming, right? As I remember.
I mean, he's gonna be there for a while. They might have left before Lux is done eating.
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
What time is it? I'll say it's starting to get a little later, probably the equivalent of like 8, 9 p.m.
Yeah, if Lux was there after everyone else left, then he would probably come up to him.
I mean, to be fair, I probably notice you. Because my
Yeah,
pass
very
is
likely
that
that.
my pass is fucking insane. So
I'll say that Dane retires after a little bit of drinking.
Yeah, the only other person there is Atlas at the moment. Reading over that fucking data pad trying to figure out what the hell's going on in space right now.
Lux will notice and walk over with a mouthful of pie. Goes, "Did you want something?"
Whenever you are available, come see me, please.
Oh, I'm good now. He takes the second pie in his hand and puts it in his pocket.
Taos will just lead him back to his room.
Damn it. Okay. There we go. I was having trouble getting through the door.
I had some unfortunate memories come to me while I was there with the seer, and I wish to hear tales of perhaps your childhood.
You had unfortunate memories, so you want to hear about my childhood?
Yes.
Does this make you feel... Okay, he's not going to say it out loud, but Lux's brain goes, is this just to make himself feel better to have someone's worst childhood? It's like, his childhood. You tell the 12-year-old. He looks at you, well, I suppose if you want to hear about my childhood, or my earlier years, I can tell you. What part do you want to hear, before or after my master?
Before, I suppose.
Oh. Well, okay, they were...
What?
Oh, sorry.
What a child would do.
Well, I suppose my earliest memories was... I was in a dumpster eating a dead rat.
Oh.
And, then I was often... When I was out finding any sort of food that wasn't rotten or spoiled, the bigger kids came up and beat the living hell out of me to take the food. But it did get better. I met some mates that really helped save my life around, and they kind of became my family.
Ah, so you had friends at the time.
Yeah. There was 3 of them. There was my buddy Edwin. He was the oldest of us. Well, he's about my age, I guess, now that I am. But he really looked out for me. And then there was Mark and Sally, and the 4 of us were just the closest of friends. Until things happened.
The hell?
Do not tell me about the details if
Yeah. We got jumped, and let's just say I couldn't see my friends again after that. By these older boys. That's when I got to the woods, and that's when I met my master.
Who was your master exactly?
Oh, he was great. He was this old man from like from the far and he like points in a direction and realizes he's in space and goes the east area. Right? He taught me a lot of stuff. He found me in the woods eating rabbits and such, and taught me all this stuff, and he starts doing the kung fu punch stuff. His name was Master Shen.
Chen.
Shen, yeah, he was great. He gave me this, and he takes his stick out. It's actually the first gift I ever got.
It seems you have kept it. Must mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it means a lot to me.
Are you still close with your master?
His face goes blank when you say that. Just like that, basically like the wartime trauma face.
Fuck.
Not answer.
He just looks over at him. Yeah, things happened.
I understand. Apologies for bringing up bad memories.
It's okay.
I am sure your master would be proud of where you are now.
Yeah, he taught me a lot of things, but I'm still trying to learn some of the other stuff he taught me.
You'll get it down.
Yeah, he said I have to really embrace the power of the shadows and moon.
You are doing well with that, I can tell. Thank you for amusing me. Apologies for the bad memories.
No worries. I hope you feel better.
Oddly enough, in a vague sense, yes.
Misery loves company. That's not what he says. That's me.
Yeah.
Lex says, "Oh, great. I'm glad I could help. Always happy to help." Lex is gonna leave the room, kind of just silently.
Aw.
As he just relived all that trauma at once and just keeps walking to his room.
So much trauma in this party.
Then he's gonna pass out on his potato sack.
Aw.
I know what I'm calling us now. We're the trauma team.
See. All right. Anything else from anybody else?
I had one thing because I forgot about it, and if everyone else is done.
I'm good. Lux is done for the night.
All right, I have to give me a second. I have to march all my way over there.
Yeah.
Which one is this? Which one is it?
It's the one on the far end, I think.
This one? Oh, not that one. Wrong one. All right.
I like to imagine that Neon actually is just like peeking in through every door on the way down.
Yeah, that fits her a lot. Then probably a bit of an a sign knocks on the door Zevi, is this your room? I swear to God, if it's not this one, I am going to kick down someone's door that is not yours. Hopefully.
Please do not kick down my door.
Can you open the door for me, please?
Do you not have hands?
Oh, there. I just assume people lock their doors a
there's
lot,
your doorknob.
and so I just assume you just locked your door because of safety reasons. I know Silas likes his door locked, so I don't really touch it.
I can imagine with your. Never mind.
So, sweetheart, what did you need? What can I do for you?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Silas is getting his beauty sleep. I forgot that you wanted to talk to me until now, so I came over here once I remembered. So, what can I do for you, doll?
I was wondering if perhaps when we have time on the ship and neither of us are doing anything, that you could teach me that musical instrument you were playing earlier.
Which one?
The one you played at the club we went to?
Oh, the sitar. You wanna be taught that?
She nods.
Why is that? If you don't mind me asking. Usually people just don't want to like pick up an instrument that quickly. I mean, I know I'm really that good of a bard, but
I liked the way it sounded.
she takes her glasses off, puts them in her pocket, and just stares. Uh-huh. I know that's a high thingy, but I'm a bard. I've been around the block. This already sounds sus.
It sounded very pretty.
Uh-huh.
You can counter the roll if you want to.
I know that I should probably roll for it, but I just think it makes more sense that Neon just doesn't fucking trust this.
Wearing a mask, you can't see my face.
It's not even the face. It's just like no one just says they want to learn an instrument the second they thought it sounds cool. Especially someone who said they didn't like music and other stuff like that. I'm just saying it's out of the blue. That's the context clues that Neon has. Am I wrong about this?
What do you say in character?
She took her glasses off. She puts them in her pocket. She stares at you. Now, sweetheart, what's the real reason?
The music box you gave me, it helped with the voices.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm just gonna do this again. Give me a sec.
This is like
I have a newfound appreciation for music with your presence.
fuck me, of course. I'm not even. This is why it's just not fair because like, it's fine. It's whatever. I just thought it'd be more funny because like it just made more sense, but I'll just go along with it. I guess.
No. You, with that insight, I'm gonna say, if Josh will allow me, that you can still not believe me, but you know.
I mean, yeah, the way like the deception insight work, Aries, is like if your character is just naturally not trustworthy, then the insight would just not change the initial opinion, right?
Yeah, because like this sounds extremely sus. Like it just does.
For sure.
Yeah, you don't like it just sounds convincing. You don't have to believe it. It just sounds convincing. That's all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the buttering up of my ability to play music and the stuff that I do, but if you're really sure that's the reason, I can teach you, but like if you want to play well, you have to have a reason for why you play, and you have to confront that reason. I can tell you the reason why I play and how I'm that good at it. I have a reason behind it. I have a motivation.
What is your motivation?
Freedom. And the unrestrained power to do whatever the hell I want. And not be told what I can and can't do anymore.
That is a good reason.
It is. And I don't know what yours is. So I don't know how I can help you if I don't know what you need of me to help you with this.
My reason is perhaps a bit more personal. It's not that I do not trust you, but perhaps you could help me anyway, and I'll tell you in time.
How about this? I can tell you truly why I picked up this instrument and why I'm doing all of this. And you don't have to tell me, but I don't think I can help you if you don't want to tell me. Because no matter what lessons I give you, no matter what I do, it's not going to be from the heart. And that's just not worth playing, darling.
Oh, okay.
So, I know you said okay, but like, add a character, like, which option are you picking?
You don't have to help teach me. Perhaps my reason is not a good one. I just wanted to know.
There's always a reason to play, even though it might be a really dumb one. Here, can you? I want to pull out the fan letter that I got from Rose, and I want to show it to her.
Okay.
It sure is a piece of paper.
I have it written because Josh fucking for some reason wrote it to me.
I can't read it. I'm
I can-
blind.
I will put it in braille for you so you can read it, and I'll send it to your DMs.
I just love how everybody keeps forgetting that and handing her paper and shit. It's like, you can look at this watch, right? It's like,
You
yeah,
know.
it's fantastic.
It sure is paper.
She hands you this.
Sounds like you have a dedicated friend.
I do, but I may not think that his reason should be connected to me, to why he should play, but that's what he does, and I don't want to just tell you just can't tell me why you want to play. I'm just saying that if you want to, and that this is something that you're really dedicated to, I think you should try to figure it out more before you decide to do something like this. I just want you to, you're hiding a lot of yourself, and you shouldn't do that. If you want to, express yourself through something, you can't hide anything like that. If you want to express yourself.
Well, what do you mean I hide a lot of myself?
You're. I'm going to be honest with you. You do wear a mask. You have a mysterious backstory. And you always look at other people's insights and their backgrounds. And you tell them that. But what about your own?
I wear a mask because I was raised by a group of people who wore masks, so it is familiar to me, and I like the familiar. My mysterious backstory isn't so mysterious in the sense where I don't know what it is. I have this thing in my chest that makes me hear voices. I cannot turn it off, and I do not recommend touching it because it drives normal people to madness. I think I'm pretty open about both things.
That's not what I'm meaning, sweetheart. It's... It's fine. You don't need to understand what I'm trying to say here. I just hope that you can understand, and I think I'm gonna head out for the night. I'm sorry I couldn't help you with this.
It's okay.
And Neon would leave.
By the way, Aries, I guess this is relevant. What is your character's passive perception?
Section 12.
Okay, I'm fine then. It's not high enough.
I just felt like I feel like I failed that.
Hmm?
I feel like I really did bad talking like that.
No, you were fine.
No, it was fine.
I didn't get what I wanted to say across, and I
Aries, D&T's hard. You're never always gonna get exactly what you're trying to say across.
know, but like I keep doing that.
Yeah, you did good when we were in the when you were probing information. No, you grow into it, Aries. Your character's doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was a fine interaction. That was a completely like justifiable response. My character was not being honest with you. What can you do?
Yeah. I just feel bad for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not every
Don't
character's...
apologize.
Don't worry, Aries. Not every character like expects that he calls in a child and say, "What's your trauma?" so I can feel better.
I wanna
Not
say
the
that
intention.
I know, but it really seemed like it.
I have one other thing I want to do real quick.
I was saying something.
What were you saying, Aries? Yeah, go
If
ahead.
everybody else is done.
No, Aries, what were you saying?
I was just wanting to finish off that Neon goes back to her room, locks the door, lays next to Silas, and just face first into the bed, just not saying anything, just looking a bit disheveled.
Silas kind of wakes up briefly. Just to see that kind of interaction happen, and then upon seeing you looking a little defeated and dejected, he'll just take his hand and he'll just like place it on top of your head, just kind of like scritch the back of your scalp a little bit as he tries to drift back to sleep.
She will hug him and not let him go.
Mm-hmm. In once in a blue moon on a night like tonight, he'll actually like he'll lean into it and, you know.
I guess they sleep cuddling, question mark. Like
Yeah.
friends.
Like how friends do, yeah.
And
Yes.
they were friend mates.
And they were friend mates. Okay. Let me do something quick. Oh, actually, no. Atlas first. That's right.
Yeah, I'm knocking Racelia's door.
Yeah.
Or do you just have it
uh,
open?
No, she has a clue.
No, lock him. Ray, you
it does.
are an inventor, correct?
Yeah. Why?
I have a request for you.
Okay.
I was thinking about this earlier, and remember the goblins that we fought?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be possible to create a necklace of sorts that can automatically
Kill
deploy a helmet if any of us end up off the ship some way?
like an emergency helmet thing? I could try. But so you want me to create one for everyone?
Ideally.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah,
thinking it might be wise to have something like that.
that's probably a good idea.
That's all I had.
Okay.
He'll
I
step out,
will-
close the door slowly, quietly.
Insight whether that was all he actually had.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
10.
Yeah, for the most part. For now, anyway.
Okay.
So, I got a suggestion for your bubbles if you don't know what to build, Storm. The breathing bubbles would be perfect for that.
Yeah, the breathing bubble would be something.
They're simple and cheap.
Deployable breathing bubble.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I know that was another thing, but I think that was a homebrew thing that I was looking at.
Probably. Breathing bubble makes the most sense. It's like a bubble pops over your head, gives you an hour of air.
Yeah. Ooh, a good thing that you could probably pick up as a homebrew thing, Josh, is all the lights in the sky are stars.
Oh, I heard of that actually. I haven't read into it yet, but I have heard of it.
Oh.
It's a good thing for space stuff.
Interesting. Okay.
But by the way, Josh,
Mm-hmm.
I did make a check there to see how well Lux does with his trauma. I don't know how high you wanted to make that DC. I did give myself disadvantage on purpose.
Advantage.
Disadvantage.
Yeah. With a 14. Yeah. I'll let you narrate it as you see fit, but it's like I would say that's like just shy of where I think the DC should be, which would be like 15, 16 for a conversation like that for you.
That is fair. That's why I was giving you the opinion. I gave myself disadvantage on purpose just due to the fact that he brought
So you
all the trauma.
Yeah. So you can narrate it as like being like, I guess like almost like just like on the cusp of being able to handle it, but just not quite there.
So the worst thing doesn't happen.
Mhm.
But yeah. I don't know if anyone passes by Lux's room during the night who has a decent passive perception,
Me.
you'd probably just hear Lux either in the middle of tears or screaming.
Oh.
Atlas hears this, pauses a moment, stares at the door, and then considers going inside, but he's familiar with this kind of thing. He'll leave it be for now.
In the meantime, Dane noticed something, so he's going to, being the captain that he is going to, first on his series of people that he's visiting, is going to knock on Zevi's door.
It is okay.
Do you have a moment? Oh, okay. Captain steps inside. See, yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I can't help but notice that ever since we first met, you've been a bit avoidant of me.
This is true.
Is there anything that I could do to help alleviate any concerns?
When I am near you, my voices are louder than they've ever been before. I went to go talk to you because I thought I might have given you the wrong impression. I experienced my first bout of insanity in my entire 250 years of existence. And for a week and a half, I felt like I could not do anything right. I wouldn't take it personally. There is just something about you that
I can offer you information, at least.
I think perhaps this is a safe distance. Am I being screamed at yet?
No, not yet. The voices are chittering, but they're not screaming yet.
Okay.
If you get within 5 feet of them, they will start
Oh, yeah.
getting louder.
This is safe.
He kind of like looks back towards the door. Do you mind if I close this real quick?
No, no.
I won't be long. It's just the information that I want to give is just a little private.
Of course.
He closes the door slowly and then just kind of makes his way over to like this bookshelf and kind of like leans against it. I think I have a suspicion as to why your voices are so loud around.
When I was hallucinating, I saw a black mist around you.
Yeah, that's the curse.
What curse?
Bloodline curse. My the whole Lockhart family's got it. We've had it for as long as I could. Ever since family tried telling
You're
me about.
cutting out a little, Josh. I'm sorry.
Oh, am I? Ah, shit. 1 second. Okay. All right. Is that better? Test.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this bloodline curse is it's been around for longer than my parents' generation, longer than their parents' generation. I don't even know where it started, but apparently we've descended from some form of celestial, I think, and whoever that celestial was committed a grave sin of some kind. Whatever sin it was, I'm not sure. It was wiped away from any of our history books. But long and short of it is that whenever we begin to hit the apex of our life, we rapidly begin to decline. Physically, mentally. That's why I'm trying to reach the center, Zevi. I'm dying. I know I'm dying. I don't know how much longer I got. 5 years, 10 years maybe, at most. And then
Now,
he's going to take off his metallic appendage and show a deep blackened stump that has like black veiny tendrils that like go up the rest of his arm. It already took my hand, and it'll eventually take every other part of me too. He says, kind of like taking his knuckles and like wrapping them against the metal leg he has as well. Just like my grandparents, just like their parents before them, I'll be nothing but ashes by the time I'm 40 or 50.
God, the curse of knowing more than my character does. Does this look like what happens to my chest?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Can I roll religion instead?
Sure. You'll get different information, but yes. Let me see what you got. 21. For some reason, deep down, no. You don't think so? Something about the magic that is within you versus the magic that is within Dane is similar, but it's similar in composition, but different in nature, if that makes sense.
I have something like this, but it is not quite the same.
How do you mean?
I'll fucking show him on tits out. No, I'm not taking my tits out. I'm just gonna show him my chest.
Yeah.
And I'll
Looks
walk
similar,
a little
but
closer. It is not the same. Mine does not spread or move. When I'm insane, it's a little angry, but more or less this.
looks to be void-stricken. Kind of like me, but I don't know. Looks different.
I have heard this. I've been called many things: void-touched, afflicted with the void, things like this.
Seems like you and I have something in common then, even if, well, the nature of it's a little different.
I'm sorry, I do not mean to be avoiding you. I just do not want to risk another bout of insanity.
I understand.
It was not fun, because on top of what I saw around everyone else, what I saw in the mirror was much more terrifying.
What'd you see in the mirror?
I saw a woman in a black dress looking at me. She was speaking a language that I did not understand that is very reminiscent of deep speech. She muttered, not to me, to herself. And she watched me quietly. Almost as if she knew I was looking at her.
Well, I can't say I really know what you saw, but I can see how that would be very unsettling. You don't see her anymore? She's gone now?
Do I see her when I look in the mirror, Deanna? I'm not hallucinating anymore.
No?
Ever since the hallucination stopped, she is gone. But for every person who I saw, they knew what I saw. For everyone else, they were familiar with these things. This is not a woman I am familiar with, and perhaps that's what worries me.
Well, this journey that we're on is a journey of discovery, so who knows? Maybe you'll find out more about whoever that is as we explore around. That is, if that's something you even want to do.
I don't know. It'll come with time, I suppose.
I agree.
Thank you for coming in. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, of course. I was just going to recommend that you take a step back. I wanted to get closer to the door, Didn't want to, trigger anything. Anyway, he opens the door and kind of as he is beginning to step out, he'll pause and look over his shoulder at you and smile and say, well, maybe if I can find a way to get this curse repressed even for a moment, we can share a beer together or something.
I have never had a beer.
Well, I'll try to offer you one. He kind of jingles his metallic arm around. When I get this under control.
Perhaps I'll accept then.
You have a good. Interrupted by a cough as he leans against the frame of the door for a moment and looks down at his hand and then kind of clenches it for a bit and wipes something onto his jacket and says, "Sorry. You have a good night, Zevi.
You too. Do not exert yourself."
I'll try my best." He'll close the door, and as he's beginning to walk down the stairs, he pauses, and then turns to go back, this time passing Zevi's room, and makes his way to Racilia's room. Knocks on that door, too.
Come in.
Hey, Ray.
Hey. Dane.
Hey,
Captain. But how should I refer you?
just Dane's fine.
Okay.
What you working on there?
Nothing. She
Nothing at
covers
all.
up her work and just.
Oh. I got you. I won't pry. He then kind of looks a little awkward as he like shifts his boot around a bit, and then just takes like a little deep sigh. Look, I just wanted to swing by because I felt bad about earlier.
Oh, the psionic stuff? That's fine.
Yeah. No, it's just I should know better than that. I've had friends that are, you know, really powerful, potent psionics that have used their gifts for nothing but the absolute best that elven kind had to offer, and I should just remember that instead of what Morcard would do. And you were absolutely right. Magic can be used for all sorts of things. Terrible, awful things. You ever heard the story of one? Sorry, I have to actually go through my notes real quick. Yeah. Have you ever heard the story of Airforn Crow?
Has she?
Make me a either an Arcana check or a History check, your choice.
They're the same.
Okay.
Is there any difference?
Just the information. Arcana would give you more, I guess, logistics of the matter, and History would get you more of like a detailed, like, recollection type of thing. It's a little hard to explain.
Let's
Ooh,
go.
Nat 20. Okay. Yes, that name has come up. Oh, actually, yeah, that would make sense that you would Nat 20 this. So, in your investigation into planar travel, the name Airforn Crow actually did come up quite a bit. Airforn Crow was an Enochian scholar, a follower of Enoch specifically. Airforn was specifically, actually, now that I am recalling, one of Enoch's oldest apprentices, a very, very ambitious wizard, who, during his tenure, had a proclivity towards he had in his wizarding tower, he would like rip out small portions of each plane, and then keep them as like a what's the word I'm looking for? Almost like a museum, so to speak, like within his own tower. And then he would draw from the magic of each plane to like further his advances in science. Airforn was infamous for being the first to try to study into resurrection magics, and was unsuccessful in his attempts, and was never able to complete the work, but was then picked up by Meridian, who was able to complete the resurrection magic.
She'll give all that information like near verbatim.
Okay. Did your homework. Yeah, but
Usually.
Airforn, despite the amount of good that he did do for the community, also, ripped habitats of planes away from their homes, kept them for himself, and, basically made his own, like, little display of each and every plane, given little regard to, I guess, the stability of the planes as a whole. It was just something that crossed my mind when, you mentioned about magic being used for evil. So, I just wanted to swing by and just apologize, that's all.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just wanted you to keep it in mind, I suppose. And not just write it off. Did you ever meet my mother?
Once. Very long time ago, though. I came to her with a little bit of help with, he says he kind of like jingles his hand. Didn't think she'd help me. And she tried her best, God bless her, but, you know, what can you do?
What did you go to her with?
Oh, I don't know. An offhanded rumor that, there was a drow sorceress that was able to cure any curse, no matter how deep set, you know. Your mother's a very knowledgeable woman, so I thought if I could, you know, if anyone would be able to help me find her, it'd be her. And she did, led me in the right direction, but ultimately turned out to be a dead end, you know.
She looks kind of down at the ground, and her body trembles a little as she looks back up. Yeah. I've had a lot of good things, especially from Dad. Do you want me to see if I can try to figure out a way to fix your condition?
You can if you want, but his voice trails off and he kind of like has like an 1,000-yard stare a little bit as he smiles and just kind of like staring at your artificing table for a moment and then shakes his head out of whatever stupor he was in to like look back at you. I do appreciate the offer, kid. I really do. I've been living with this condition for so long that I've just kind of lost hope that I'll ever be cured of this.
I'll put it on my to-do list. It's rapidly building.
Thank you.
I'll try to see what I can do.
He kind of like gives like a soft smile to Ray as he's about to leave. You know, you do remind me a lot of Livra. I think she'd be proud of you.
She turns her head away, kind of staring towards like the east side of across from a workbench and just nods. Doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll leave you to the nothing that you're working on, he says with a smirk as he begins to walk out. I hope your nothing goes well, by the way.
It's absolutely nothing. Close my fucking door!
Sorry. He'll close the
Thank
door and begin to walk out.
I'm gonna be honest, Josh. I don't know if you just sound dead ass tired or he sounds dead ass tired. But if he does sound dead ass tired, I'm gonna hug him.
Oh, that's sorry, that is him. That's the accent I'm using for him. Sorry.
Oh my god, I wanna hug him. He sounds so fucking tired.
I was trying to tap into that. 1 second.
Who's he gonna go next?
Don't mind me, I'm invading your room so I can see out all the windows.
You stay out.
No, you're not allowed.
Get out of my room. You're not allowed.
Look,
I want to cuddle with my
Fucking close
roommates.
the door back, you fucking asshole.
Get out of my room. Oh.
I just finished traumatizing a boy. I need some me time.
All right. Okay, everybody.
missed a
Honestly,
window.
you missed a window. Honestly, I think that's a good stopping point. So I think that's where I will call session for tonight, since we're approaching hour 5.
Yeah, we
will
are.
pick up. We will pick up next week with meeting back up with Zhufang.
Honestly, this might be a record of me not revealing my backstory yet.
Hey,
To be
let's
honest,
go.
yeah, I'm impressed, Darius. Generally, you spill the
Yes!
beans after like 5 minutes into your character.
I have kept fucking silent for Josh. For Josh's sake, I've kept silent. I've been trying my fucking best not to say shit. Oh my
To
god.
be honest,
Let's
I am
go.
shocked that the first person to bother to ask Lux about his life was fucking Tornak's character. I'm like, Talik was not the person I would have guessed. So tell me about your childhood. Okay.
In the worst way possible.
I know. It's like, I had a really shitty experience. Tell me about your childhood, orphan boy.
Though I'm not gonna lie,
Actually,
I'm so happy I got cuddles with roommate, just pure roommate.
with just
Yeah.
roommate. With just roommate.
Yeah.
I love him. I love him so much.
I'm depressed. My character cried himself to sleep in a sack of potatoes. I'm like,
Aw.
Jesus.
That's right. He
I-
didn't even use his own bed. He just was. Oh no.
I don't have I don't
That's
have the
definitely-
perception to be able to hear it.
I
was
know,
just
that's
happily
why I
cuddling-
asked, right? Like,
I
you don't
was
have the
just
perception
cuddling
to
with him.
notice.
I'm so sorry. You're just so not wait. Does Silas have a high enough perception, or would he not care?
Oh, he's asleep. I'm so sorry. He's out like a light, so he has disadvantage.
Yeah, he'd have a -5 to his passive at that point.
So
It
he would
makes-
just be at a flat 10.
It makes so much sense that Silas is a heavy sleeper.
God.
Okay, guys. Atlas will keep the party together.
Yeah.
I just
Heath,
love-
that was not the intention whenever I asked you to come into the room.
Dude, it is just funny. He's like, I want to speak to you. Tell me about your childhood, young boy. I'm just like, so there's two things that came to mind. Like I said in a text, the first thing I thought was, wait, are you Lux's dad? Like, is that the reveal here? Like, whoa, I feel bad because I didn't raise my son. That was the vision I got. So tell me, how was your childhood, boy?
If Talsh had a child, I'd be fucking terrified.
It just...
I have. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I have a weird question, Josh.
Hmm.
What's the ambient temperature of Silas?
The he's probably like I feel like in like normal human terms he'd feel feverish, but that's just his normal temperature. He's fine.
Mm-hmm. What's the